Ladies and gentlemen, during the break, you can enjoy coffee. And this very special coffee from Aceh, you can find it at the back of your seat, especially close to emergency exits. And mineral water is also provided beside on your right and left hand.
Check everyone. Please have a seat. We will commence our keynote speaker in a few minutes. Okay. Hello everyone, please have a seat. Now we will like to start the first keynote speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Professor Shamsidik is on stage, we would like to request all distinguished guests, VIP participants to join us in front of the stage, and we are ready to welcome Professor Shamsidik.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Again, my name is Shamsidik. I'm honored to chair these keynote speakers sessions. So we have 3 keynote speakers in line. Thank you very much, Pak Rector. So before we proceed with the first keynote speakers, I would like to take 2 minutes from all of us. First, I would like, on behalf of the DMRC, to send our deep sympathy to our colleagues, Adrian Ulza, the Secretary of the Committee of this AIWEST-DR, who his father just passed away yesterday. So with deep condolences, we hope that this, this event can be also something to him and his family. Secondly, I also would like to invite everyone to send prayers to Bapak Dr. Alfi Rahman, our best friends of the DMRC. He's now in Penang for medical treatment for cancer. So please send your prayers to Dr. Alfi Rahman so he will recover soon and join us. So thank you for that. Now I would like to proceed with the first keynote speakers. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Tiziana Rossetto. Do we have the CV? So please play the CV of Professor Tiziana Rossetto. So Professor Tiziana Rossetto is a professor from University College London. He recently received an award from Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transportation of Japan of MLIT. The award name is Hamaguchi Award. This is a very prestigious award. Congratulations, Professor Tiziana Rossetto, for this award. So please give applause to Professor Tiziana Rossetto for the award. Yeah, Professor Tiziana Rossetto is our best friends from UCL. We have so many best friends here. So thank you again for coming to this event. So without further ado, I would like to call Professor Tiziana Rossetto to have your 12-minute presentation. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Firstly, let me thank the organizers of the conference for the invitation today. It is really an incredible honor for me. Thank you. it's an incredible honor for me to be here, particularly in this anniversary of the 2004 tsunami. So if I may have my presentation. Okay. So my career actually started in tsunami engineering after the 2004 tsunami that hit Aceh. Before that, and still now, I'm an earthquake engineer. So I've always looked at earthquake resilience of buildings. And what I wanted to do was bring together the two today and discuss with you what we have learned over the last 20 years in tsunami engineering and how we might apply that within an area of seismic activity. So like many others, I went in the aftermath of the Indian Ocean tsunami to look at the damage. Personally, I visited Thailand and Sri Lanka, and I came back up with a lot of questions. And my questions were, what are tsunami forces? How can we design against tsunami? How can we integrate tsunamis and earthquake design together? And although the event in 2004 was massive and devastating, and people keep saying that tsunamis are rare, well, actually there have been a large number of earthquakes and tsunami in the last 20 years, almost one every year. And they have caused incredible devastation and losses. So this is not really a rare event. It's something that we do need to take into account in disaster management, but also in building design and assessment. So my talk is sort of structured into three parts. And the first of these is looking at developments in tsunami engineering over the last 20 years. Much of that is drawn from my own experience, so apologies if I'm not drawing on other people's work, but it's a personal view. So following the Indian Ocean tsunami, my first question was, how do we study tsunamis? How can we actually understand the forces from tsunamis? And I was confronted with an issue that we can't actually represent tsunamis in a lab because the tsunamis have an extremely long wavelength. So I collaborated with HR Wallingford, which is a premier coastal engineering facility in the UK, and we developed a new type of tsunami simulator based on a pneumatic system. Essentially, the simulator comprises a big tank on one side of a flume. The tank pressure is regulated by an air pump and an air valve. And so by changing the pressure level, we can raise the water level or lower it, and in that way create large waves that come from the bottom of the tank, propagate along the flume and onto a beach. 20 years ago, we had the first prototype, which was within a 24-meter facility at HR Wallingford. Since then, we have now got 3 tsunami simulation facilities at HR Wallingford, and indeed 2 of these facilities are now in Indonesia, one at Syakwala University, TDMRC, and the other in Brin. So this is another representation of the simulator in the premier facility at HR Wallingford, which is called the Fast Flow facility. This is 70 meters long, 4 meters wide. At one end, you have the simulator, and at the other end, you have a testing beach where we are doing and studying the interaction of the tsunami with buildings. And just to show you the capacity of the simulator, we are able to represent past realistic tsunamis at a scale of 1 to 50. And we can represent both trough-led waves as well as crest-led waves. So this is a reading from the Mercator ship offshore of Thailand in the Indian Ocean tsunami, the top one, and the bottom is a wave trace from the Great East Japan tsunami of 2011. And you can see that we're able to quite well represent these quite complex waves. So, over the years, we've been doing quite a lot of different research. This is one of our most recent tests, which has been looking at the effectiveness of natural barriers. So we have a coastal forest compared to a normal flat sort of sloping beach. And you can see that the coastal forest delays the arrival of the tsunami. But we've looked at many different aspects. We've looked at scour mechanisms and the soil around buildings. We've looked at offshore breakwaters, coastal walls, and we've developed over time new relationships for run-up, new relationships for forces. Our most recent collaboration has been 6 months of testing with all of these institutions, which we've called the Make Waves Consortium. These are over 20 scientists from across Europe, brought together with no money, all goodwill. So we had the facility at HR Wallingford donated by them. We had lots of equipment that we pulled together from across our group, and we also pulled together human resources, so PhD students, master students who wanted to work together, and we now have a lot of information and data on some fantastic tests. So look at this space, because we're going to be doing more. But one of the focuses of my research has been looking at tsunamis and buildings. And this is just an example of the array with multiple buildings, and then at the top with single buildings and the tsunami interacting with them. From these tests, we've come up with new expressions for tsunami forces that we can estimate. So taking numerical impact, numerical simulations, we can estimate what would happen if there was a building in sight. But it's also given us some insights into the physics of tsunamis. So 2 aspects are interesting on this slide. One, highlighted by the circle, is that until now, a tsunami wave impact with a structure has always been thought to have a big peak at the beginning, this big impact. Although we see that impact peak when we're talking about a wall, we actually don't see that impact peak when we're looking at a building. So a building with a finite width is not affected by that, and the wave trace, the force profile just below it shows that it's quite a smooth up and down. The other aspect is that when we're looking at tsunami wave inundation, we can actually consider it to be pseudostatic. So basically, there is no dynamic component, which throws away, from a structural engineering perspective, the need to simulate the dynamic response of the building, which makes things a lot easier for us. So we've developed a new type of static pushover analysis called the variable depth pushover analysis, where we simulate tsunamis rising along the side of a structure and interacting with it. And it's not a dynamic analysis. We don't need to incorporate that. So a version of this is now within the ASC 22 code, so the US code for tsunami design. And we have evolved the original code into a toolkit that allows us to look at how tsunamis interact with buildings, not only the external faces of the buildings, but how we can take into account the progression of damage in the structure and how the flow then passes through a building and changes the horizontal loads on the elements, but also how it imparts vertical loads from buoyancy. So, for example, in the second image, you have the water that's passed through the ground floor of the structure. It's raised up above the second floor, but the infills, the walls on the second floor, haven't yet collapsed. And so you have very large vertical pressures acting on the slab, which are affecting the response of the building. So we can take that into account now within our analysis. And this is an example, if the video can run. So if you can run the video. This is an example output of our analysis toolkit. This is a school that we've simulated in Sri Lanka. And what you should see, if it runs, I'll try. No, it doesn't work. Maybe you can run the video. Well, what you should see is the water level rises. As the water level rises, as the water level rises, here we go. You get quite a stiff response in the building to start with. You then get a little blip going down. That's when the forces are released because the infill is failing. Then the tsunami reaches a certain height, which fails the structure. So we're able to simulate the progression of loading within the building and its failure. So over the last I would say, 20 years, we've developed the tools such that now we can actually analyze buildings for tsunamis in a detailed way. So how can we then bring that together with earthquakes and tsunami together? Essentially, we use similar tools in earthquake engineering than we do in tsunamis. We apply loads to the structure laterally, but the way that we apply them is very different. So typically, the loads are higher levels up in the structure, and they impart flexural response. They make the building sway, in a way. In a case of a tsunami, the load is applied at the base, which basically results in a very different response in the building, a very stiff response to start with. And the same rules that apply within earthquake engineering actually don't apply within tsunami engineering. Essentially, just to highlight how different these forces are, I took this as an inspiration from some American football. And basically, you have the tsunami, where is a tackle from below, knocking out the feet of the opponent. And then you have the earthquake, which is a tackle essentially from above, trying to turn them over onto their side. And those are the differences that I want to highlight to you, that earthquakes and tsunamis are fundamentally different in terms of the loading that they apply to buildings. What does that mean? It means that if we compare for the same building, and this is a Japanese building designed against tsunami, we see that applying the lateral loads, we have a lower strength but larger displacement imparted on structures under seismic loading, under the earthquake loading, whereas under the tsunami loading, we actually have a stiffer response of the structure, and the structure can take a much higher strength, a much higher load. We also see very, very large shear forces induced at the base of the structure. And typically in earthquake engineering, we design out shear forces. We design out shear failure. However, we also see that in even seismically designed structures, we are getting shear failure that is precipitating collapse from tsunamis. So we need to take those two things into account, the fact that they're two very different types of loading. Okay. So we then conducted analyses, first imparting earthquakes into buildings, and then tsunamis, because these two hazards often happen in sequence, which is what happened here, for example, in Aceh. You have first the ground shaking, and then you have the tsunami loading. What happens then? Interestingly, because the forces are fundamentally different, the collapse probability doesn't change if you have earthquake damage. So if the earthquake hasn't collapsed the building, but has only damaged it, then, and the tsunami collapses it, it's no different than if we just consider the tsunami loading. I know that sounds odd, but actually the cumulative effect of earthquake and tsunami is not different from just tsunami loading. And we see that in the fragility curves here, which show almost no difference whether or not the building has been pre-damaged by an earthquake. What does that mean? Well, that simplifies things a lot for us, because it means we can take into account earthquakes and tsunamis separately. So we can actually analyze the two things as two different load cases. And this is, again, coming back to the idea that earthquakes induce flexural loading. They induce the flexure response, and tsunamis induce a shear response. They induce a force-based response. And how can these two things work together? So in the next part, I'm just giving you my reflections from what we've learned about how might a earthquake and tsunami design work for a building. So in this case, you've got the poor man in the middle who's being tackled both from below and from above, okay? And these two things are exciting different responses. So to recap, to resist the tsunami, we need a structure that is strong. Okay, so we need strength. To resist the earthquake, we need a structure that is ductile, that can take those large displacements. Luckily, we can actually work to include both in the same design. And we can do that also because, as I've shown, the earthquake damage does not change the tsunami collapse probability, the response under tsunamis, because it affects different elements in the structure. So my proposal, or what we should do, is, I think, take a structure, first design it for earthquake loading, as you would for the seismic conditions of an area. And then you can follow the same procedure that is in ASC 722, or Tsunami Design Procedure, to understand what are the tsunami loads on the structure, and then check your seismically designed elements for the tsunami load conditions. Typically, that will result, for example, in a reinforced concrete frame, in only the ground story elements needing to be stronger, needing to be redesigned, made a little bit stronger. But it also might mean small things that change the shear resistance of those elements, such as reducing the spacing of hoops and keeping that small all the way through the element rather than just at the ends, which is what we do in tsunami engineering. Other reflections are that non-structural damage, as I showed before, changes how the tsunami interacts with the building. So if the infills blow out, you're allowing the water to pass through, you're reducing the tsunami loads. So providing infill panels that blow out, that are disconnected from the structure, is a way of reducing your forces from tsunamis, and therefore having a more economical design. If you need stiffness, a suggestion might be use bracing. Bracing allows the water to pass, rather than having shear walls, etc. Shallower beams reduce the amount of air trapped, that reduces the buoyancy loaded, and can work also within the context of capacity design in earthquake engineering, because you want the beams to be weaker. You could also design the slabs to blow out in the same way that you're doing for the infill, actually provide weaknesses in the slabs so that when the water interacts with them, they actually will lift out of the structure without damaging the rest of the structure. And of course, there needs to be redundancy there for other things like debris impact, which I've not talked about, and deeper foundations for scour, which again, I haven't talked about. So overall, I think this is something we can do. That the last 20 years has provided us enough information that now we should be going towards multi-hazard design. We should really be looking at this. And I don't think we should be stopping at earthquakes and tsunami. I think we need to expand this to other loading, to flooding, to landslides, to fire, wind, and really take into the context this multi-hazard design, which I think is our next frontier in engineering. But engineering is also not the only solution. And together with the engineering development, the last 20 years has shown us that community engagement, policy changes, social science research, and others are absolutely necessary for integrating these science innovations within communities and disaster management practice. So with that, I'm ending my, my talk. I thank you very much, and I look forward to...
Thank you very much, Professor Tiziana Rossetto. Now we will proceed to question and answers. We have 5 minutes, so I would like to have 2 questions probably from the floors. If any, please. I know there are many tsunami and earthquake faces here. Yes, at the back. First, anyone can help the microphone, please? At the back, stay up. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. Tiziana, you may sit.
Right. Greeting, colleague. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Haris. I'm from the Resilience Development Initiative, a global think tank based in Bandung, focusing on building global resilience. I am also a UCL graduate, so pleasure to meet UCL Academia here in the beautiful city of Banda Aceh. I went to geophysical engineering, Master of Geophysical Engineering with your colleague, Miss Haley. So actually, I believe that you've been trying to simulate or mimic how tsunami in the real world works in a smaller case in your simulation. And I was wondering, is there any natural parameters of tsunami that you and your team still consider it hard to simulate? This then related to how we can simulate, how we can model the tsunami generation and tsunami propagation for hazard assessment in the future. That's all my question. Thank you, Professor Tiziana.
Thank you very much.
So in terms of tsunami simulation, one of the large challenges in terms of validating the numerical code is finding velocity measurements from tsunamis. So we don't have the measurements. We have some video footage. You can presume the velocities, etc., but you can't really be sure of what they are. So you have tsunami heights, but not velocities. From a numerical perspective, the velocity is the challenge. The velocity is also the challenge in the experimental simulation. Not offshore, we can measure the profiles offshore very well, but onshore, because you're starting from dry and then going to wet, the instrumentation doesn't like that. So it's very difficult to pick up the profile of the velocities. We can get the maximum velocities, but it's quite difficult. So again, I think that's a parameter that is a challenge within tsunami simulation generally. Does that help?
Thank you. For the second question, I saw someone, yes, in the middle. Yes, ladies over here. Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rosetto. My name's Nicole Boothman-Shepard. I'm with AECOM, and internationally, I'm the Global Technical Lead for Disaster Risk Reduction. And one of the challenges that we find is trying to harmonize risk reduction on buildings for tsunamis and cyclones. Could you talk about those intersections and how you're layering that into a multi-hazard approach in addition to your seismic safety?
Sorry, about the...
About how you're harmonizing your mitigation measures for cyclones and tsunamis.
Okay. We haven't worked on cyclones and tsunamis, but I would very much assume that some of the same measures that you're taking for the design of tsunamis, so having infills that allow, that break after a certain level of pressure is important. So of course you want them to stand under a normal wind or a normal flooding, but under normal sort of high pressure maybe they could, collapse and therefore let the flow of air or fluid flow through. So I think that those are some of the same aspects, and some of the same aspects that mean you get these uplift pressures and you get the buoyancy are also relevant in tsunamis. So I think the two things can go hand in hand if thought about properly. The challenge is in the roofing structure, which becomes more difficult. And if you go with heavy roofing, it's not good for earthquakes. And so there are these problems which need to be sorted out. But I think thought through systematically, I think we can really come up with some integrated solutions. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I need to give one chance to my head of department over there. Otherwise, I will be fired. Sorry for that. Please, Pak.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Samsidik, from our Department of Civil Engineering of University Sheikh Kuala. Very amazing, actually, Professor Tiziana, your presentation today. Can we give applause for that one? Prof, mainly I saw that the tsunami toolkits before is designed for the buildings. Because since my background is from the transportation engineering, especially for the road engineering, it is the toolkits apply to the roads? Because roads or highways, because we know if tsunami happens, I think the people need to use the escape road, something like that, for getting the evacuation area. So if this is we can use for that to anticipate, so we know how to develop the roads that more anticipate for the tsunami happens, maybe. But we call it in Islam, na'udzubillah min zalik, actually, Prof. Siddiq, kan? But if it happens, so we can use this one for analyzing the roads that can be more strong for the tsunami. Thank you very much. Yep.
Ooh, I haven't thought about roads, but I think it might be not the same tool, but definitely a lot of the information that we found around scour and scour mechanisms would apply there. So you know how the ground can be eroded around the things. I think that's a sort of different part of the research, I think definitely. Yeah, very, very interesting, very useful work and questions. Yeah. Sorry.
Right, by that, we end the first keynote speakers. Thank you so much to Professor Tiziana Rossetto. So let's give round of applause to Professor Tiziana Rossetto. Now, we come to the second keynote speakers that will be delivered by Professor Shunichi Koshimura. I think most of the people in this room are very familiar with the, Professor Shunichi Koshimura. I'm sure that most of us here cited his reference or his publication in your publication. So Professor Shunichi Koshimura is a very prominent professor from IRIDES of Tohoku University. Thank you so much for coming here, Koshimura Sensei. I know that most of IRIDES researchers are coming here by skipping a very important conference in Japan on coastal engineering. So thank you for that. I know your hard work and very prestigious work. So without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Shunichi Koshimura.
Thank you for your introduction. I think I should take this one. It's okay? Okay. Thank you for having me here. It's a great honor to speak in front of you about our work. So can you change the screen? Yes, okay. So this is the pointer. Anyway, so what I would like to talk today is about two things. So the first, I tried to revisit the Bandachi tsunami through our work. And the second is, this is a kind of proposal of the establishing global tsunami inundation and damage focus facility. So that's 2 points. Actually, I'm a professor with International Research Institute of Disaster Science to work on the more kind of practical applied research on tsunami engineering. And also I'm working as a CTO of the Tohoku University-based startup, RTI-CAST. So what we do is to enhance or accelerate our research outcome to implement it in the society. So that's what we do. So what we are doing is, I'm trying to explain what we do. With this kind of framework, we call the cycle of understanding disaster processes. So on the left, we have many historical data or lessons from the impact, loss, and consequences from the past events. And what we do is, the first we learn many of the things. For here, I'm trying to explain that the keys or points of learning from the consequences in terms of the hazard and exposure and the vulnerability. So we learn from the consequences to learn the hazard mechanisms or causality or correlation in terms of the vulnerability. And then we are trying to utilize that lessons or what we learned from the past event for the knowledge creation and dissemination of forecasting consequences, future consequences, and mitigation, recovery, and adaptation. So this is what we do to understand the cycle of understanding disaster processes. So first thing, revisiting Banda Aceh tsunami in 2004. So I'd like to ask you to take a look at this paper that we have published in 2009 in the Coastal Engineering Journal. So if you are interested, please contact to take a look at this paper. So just in case, I put the QR code for you. Anyway, go. So the first what we did in 2004, after the Indian Ocean tsunami, so we tried to understand what happened in terms of the hazard process using the tsunami simulation, how to understand how the tsunami is generated and how tsunami propagated over Indian Ocean, and then how the tsunami penetrated inland to Banda Aceh in Sumatra Island. So this is what we did through using the computer simulation. And the next is I think this is great data. This is mainly JICA's work. They did through the survey, comprehensive survey in the affected area in terms of the assessment of the structural damage. So using the high resolution satellite images, what they did is to create the map of the building damage like that. The red the damaged, blue surviving. So with that, JICA tried to leave the important data for the building damage. So they provided us and to enhance the understanding of disaster processes in terms of vulnerability. So this is so-called the tsunami fragility curves. Two fragility curves I'm showing here. Left, the tsunami fragility curves for the building destruction. So this is a function of the damage this is the damage probability as a function of tsunami inundation depth. So you can see that the 2-meter flow depth is about 20% of structure destruction. 4-meter flow depth is about 70 to 8 meters, 60% of structure destruction. 6 meters, 80%, something like that. So this is what we had from the data in 2004. On the right, I think this is more important. So this is the fragility curve for casualties. So this is showing the death rate as a function of inundation death. So you see that the data are so scattered. This is because the human's activity or human's response to the tsunami is not explained by normal distribution. So anyway, however, let's see at the 2-meter flow depth. 2-meter flow depth. I think it's rapidly changing the death ratio. So in that sense, I think we should note that the 2-meter flow depth potentially devastated our houses, potentially kill ourselves. So that's what we have learned from the past event. In other words, 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. And then in 2011, we have experienced another catastrophe, the Tohoku tsunami event that caused the very extensive inundation, 561 square kilometers. Highest run-up was up to 40 meters above sea level. Caused more than 18,000 fatalities. That was 3% of the population living in the inundation zone. So the economic losses was up to 25 trillion Japanese yen. That was a quarter of annual budget of Japan. So in that sense, we call that the national crisis or a catastrophe. So thinking about understanding disaster processes, what we try to do is to answer these critical questions in tsunami disaster. So these are very critical, important, and then we did not get the clear answer in the aftermath of the event. The first, how extensively the tsunami penetrated inland. In other words, where the safe place is. How many people are exposed? How many structures and infrastructures are damaged? And then how extensively should disaster relief activity be deployed? And how much losses are. Those are very important for the disaster response. In other words, to be resilient. So, to solve this, what we tried to do is to establish the tsunami inundation and then damage forecasting technologies. Actually, in 2004, as I showed you, we ran the tsunami inundation simulation, and then we did the fragility analysis that spanned more than months. We wanted to do that now in real time. So that's our challenge. And then we achieved that. So this is a so-called operational GNSS-based tsunami inundation forecast in Japan. That is what we call the TsunamiCast. That's a tsunami forecast information provided by RTI-CAST, Tohoku University-based startup. So what we do, we use the real-time data in terms of the seismic measurement or crustal movement. We use that, analyze that data for estimation of a tsunami source model, and then you use that source model to run the tsunami propagation and inundation simulation in real time using the supercomputer in our Tohoku University. So the performance of that is we measured the performance using the several platforms like the Tohoku University's new generation supercomputer, old generation supercomputer, or the crowd system with the Xeon CPUs like that on the right. So using the next current generation supercomputer, we can complete the 6-hour tsunami inundation forecast within 10-meter grid in a couple of minutes. So that's the advantage we have achieved. And then that technology, or in other words, our product is called TsunamiCast. TsunamiCast is disseminated to the central government or prefecture government. So we are now officially licensed by JMA as a unique private-based tsunami warning provider. So that's where we are right now. And then, not only using the supercomputer in Tohoku University, we also achieved that our tsunami simulation running in the diverse hardware platforms using the GPUs. So on the right, I'm showing here is the performance of the tsunami inundation simulation to complete the 6-hour forecast. Also using in GPUs like NVIDIA's A100, H100. So I think it's a pretty similar performance with using the supercomputer in Tohoku University. So that means that we can use the performance of using the GPU. That means it's possible to expand this capability to the other part of the world. So that's why I'm proposing this. Okay, so I will skip this part. This is also we had in the 2011 event as a form of the tsunami fragility curves to apply this for the quantitative estimation of structural damage and the inundation and damage forecast system. So TsunamiCast information, or in other words, TsunamiCast products for the prefecture government was used like that. So we are providing the inundation depth, building damage, and exposure population. And then the local government using that. This is one example to show that how they use that information in their response drill. So using that information, the forecast information, they are trying to use that information for the search and rescue operations, medical services, and road network recovery plans, and relief supplies estimates. Those are, I believe that those are very useful information for them in their first response. So this is some examples of mapping products about the building damage and exposed population using the exposure data. So that's a kind of a standard mapping product that the TsunamiCast can provide. And then, more importantly, so how we expand this capability to the other part of the world, 3 challenges we have. One is the rapid determination tsunami source model. So this is, I believe that we can solve this with collaborating with the international partners, right? And then on the center, urgent computing capability. That was the most critical. The advantages we have is that we are using the supercomputer in Tohoku University, but to expand this capability to the other part of the world, we newly signed the contract or MOU with the Amazon AWS to use their computing resources in terms of for the urgent computing capability. So that is the one big step for us. And then generating the standard mapping products. We also have the support of ESLI. So with these partners, we get the capability of urgent computing and creating a standard mapping products with the ArcGIS Online. So this is some kind of proposal as the standard product of the tsunami inundation focused information globally. So I don't have time to finish, to complete all part, but if you are interested, please join the UNESCO IOC Symposium. I have an opportunity to present myself on 9 November, a special session. I have 30 minutes to talk, so I think that I can show many of the things. And then 12 November at the session 3, I only have 10 minutes, so it's a very short presentation, but this is what I want to propose to the world. Launching the new partnership, global facility of tsunami inundation and damage forecast system. So for the last, as a summary, we had a great advances of real-time tsunami inundation damage forecast technologies for the first responders, not for the warning. Please note this, not for the warning. And then, so the question is this transferable to the other countries? I said yes, with the expanding capability of the urgent computing using the crowd system and also standard mapping technologies with using the ArcGIS Online. So this is the one that we are trying to, towards the next big step to establish the Global Tsunami Focused Facility Initiative of Tohoku University and its startup RTCast with international partners and intergovernmental organizations. So this is our challenge. So please, if you are interested, please join the UNESCO IOC Symposium. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much, Professor Sunichi Koshimura. Please have a seat. Now we go to question and answer. 2 questions, and please make it very short. So we go to the right side, please, on this side. Over here, in front. Depan lagi deh, di sini. Yeah, yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kishimura, for the opportunity. So yeah, my name is Deka Dirgantara Putra. I also program officer from RDI. It's same with Karis. I am program officer from Smart System Center in RDI. So yeah, we are talking about the data. You're talking about the imagery, and then you're talking about the tsunami modeling itself. So we know about the data science, and then the imagery, and then the simulation. It's still have a challenging about the accuracy of the data, and then like the quality of the data. So I have a question and very curious about your modeling, and then about the simulation of the tsunami.
Mic-nya mungkin agak jauh dikit.
Okay.
Your voices cannot be heard.
Okay, thank you. Because the tsunami modeling and then the accuracy of your simulation. So how you validate the data? Because we know about the imagery still have quality, low quality. I mean, like about the land cover, we need to check the validate data and then the accuracy itself. So yeah, how you validate the data, and then like how to deliverable into the government and then like local community. So yeah, thank you. That's all from me.
Okay, thank you for your question. So your question is about how we verify the simulation or the accuracy of, or reliability of the simulation. Is that your question? Okay, so mainly 2 ways. One is using the experimental data that the Professor Tatiana showed. And the other is the field data from the past event. So those are, I think those are both important. So using, for example, using or checking the numerical models with a field physical experiment, identify how we can accurately calculate the hydrodynamic features like flow velocity and also hydrodynamic forces. In the field data, I think it's more comprehensive to how we can express or how we can explain the real phenomena, including the source models, propagation and inundation model, and run-up. So those are more comprehensive. But as a summary, those two kinds of information, two kinds of approach to check or to verify the simulation.
All right, we go to the back over there. I think I saw some lady. Is it Bu Irina? Are you? I don't know. Please. Pass out, is it the one you raised there? No. Okay, so anyone? Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor Koshimura. My name is Fritz. I actually would like to ask about the resolution of your model, since you mentioned about supercomputer. Is it going to be meter, centimeter, or something like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. In our world, the standard for nationwide inundation forecast system is now we are using 30 meters. For local government users, 10 meters. That's a kind of standards for our forecast model. But globally, I think it's pretty difficult to prepare the high quality merged bathymetry topography grids within that grid, the high resolution. But I think I'll tell you that 30 meters, 90 meters, I think that's going to be the standard for the global tsunami inundation forecast. Thank you.
All right, by that, we end the session. Thank you very much, Professor Sunichi Koshimura. So let's give a round of applause to Professor Sunichi Koshimura.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, thank you so much. Now we come to the third keynote speakers will be delivered by Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati, Head of Indonesia Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Agency of Indonesia. Are you with us, Prof. Dwi Korita? Prof. Dwi Korita will be delivered her presentation online.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bapak.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So your voice is clear. So now I would like to invite Ibu Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati to start your presentation. Please have your 12 minutes start from now.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear professors, colleagues, experts, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for provide me opportunity to learn from all of you. Earlier, I listened to the other speakers. I learned from the other speakers, and now please allow me to share a few things regarding the strategic solution to encounter the challenges in the tsunami early warning system. So I would like to be focused more in the early warning systems with several other related issues. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Well, if we recall to the mandate of the United Nations Secretary General in June 2022, in the UNESCO IOC Assembly, and it was approved the establishment of the IOC Ocean Decade Tsunami Program to contribute to the outcome of safe ocean of the ocean decade with the aim of making 100% communities at risk of tsunami prepared for and resilient to tsunami by 2030 through the implementation of UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready programs. And the Tsunami Ready programs indicators has also been established by IOC UNESCO into 12 indicators related to the assessment, preparedness, and response as illustrated there. Further discussion, again, it will be further discussed in IOC UNESCO co-host with BMKG in the International Symposium to commemorate 20 years Indian Ocean. Next slide, please. So, talk about the early warning for all, as has been mandated by the UNSG, and it is timely also to highlight the importance of early warning with respect to the 20 years Indian Ocean tsunami. So I would like to let you know that in the initiative of the early warning system or early warning for all, those includes 4 pillars: that the disaster risk knowledge and management, it will be led by UNDRR. Then second pillar related to the detection, observation, monitoring, analysis, and forecasting is led by WMO, that the World Meteorological Organization, and our country, Indonesia, via BMKG, has been appointed as the member of Executive Council in WMO. And the third pillar is the warning, dissemination, and communication, led by ITU, and the fourth pillar is preparedness and response capabilities, led by International Red Cross. Next slide, please. So the 4 pillars has been mentioned earlier. I'm sorry, I don't have time to explain in detail, but I believe most of you have been understood what is meaning by the risk assessment, related to the detection, risk knowledge and management, and what is about the detection, warning, dissemination, and preparedness. Sorry, I could not explain detail here due to the time limitation. Next, what I would like to highlight more here is related to the gaps in the observation and monitoring, especially in the implementation of the early warning for all. If we remember back 20 years ago, Indian Ocean tsunami resulted in beyond 200,000, it's about 200,000 people death. This one of main reason is there was no early warning system in Indian Ocean. No early warning system at all. We receive the warning is from Pacific Warning Center. If it can be provided in Indian Ocean, so hopefully numbers of victims can be reduced or avoided. And why there was no warning? Because in that time there was no available systematic observation, especially in Indonesia. What I talk is especially in Indonesia, we didn't have systematic observation or monitoring for both the earthquake which induced tsunami as well as for tsunami itself. And we didn't have a partnership or collaboration with other part of the globe, with other countries. So we really in that time lack of knowledge, lack of capacity, lack of early warning. And we would like to identify several others gaps, especially related to the observation and monitoring, is about the legal framework and institutional mechanism. We failed to implement data exchange across agencies. It is impossible when agencies can cope all types of information that we needed. So there have been several agencies related, but not yet successful in data exchange agencies. Even until now, among countries, not only among agencies, data exchange remain the challenge. And there is no legal framework for the multi-hazard early warning system, especially for the tsunami early warning system. And the observation infrastructure, as well as monitoring system, were still very limited. Most are manual observation network, manual observation. So in terms of time, it will be too late, yeah, for the manual observation to provide a timely early warning system. And of course, financial is always the problems, but actually it should not be the reason, yeah. And then we still lack of data observation, again, as I explained earlier, and still limited capacity to in the numerical prediction. We have learned from Professor from IRIDES, it's very advanced, yeah, in numerical prediction, numerical modeling. So now, 20 years after, there has been quite massive progress, yeah. And so that's why we could not forecast, yeah, the early warning, the phenomena of tsunami, even the inundation or time arrival properly. So that's all the gaps, yeah, including the warning services still limited in terms of the capacity, again, to forecast, and then no integrated multi-hazard early warning system, because several hazards or one hazard can result in several other related hazards, such as also earthquake, tsunami, and then liquefaction, etc., or submarine landslide, etc. And there was no SOP, even no user feedback mechanism to verify the warnings, because there was no warning at all. So we could not have the feedback. Okay, that's all the gaps. Next slide, please. So what is the strategies to achieve that safe and predicted ocean in terms of proper early warning system? In this case, is for tsunami. We need to have network of alliances. So it was really great with when the professor from IRIDES, from Tohoku University opened the opportunity to have a collaboration. Yeah, we would like to take that opportunity for further collaboration to strengthen our early warning system. So network of alliances, we need to have it. That network of warning centers, we have now partnership with the Pacific warning centers, with India warning centers, with the Australia warning centers, with Japan Meteorological Agency, etc., with NOAA, yeah, and many other agencies. And also network of institution agencies, we need to do that as the strategy in order to strengthen our science-based policy to provide powerful, that means timely, reliable, and accurate early warning. We need network of data center. The issue of data remains the challenge. Yeah. So for conducting data exchange, it is still challenges. And the network of coordination for multi-engagement, that's network with the government, yeah, government to government, network of business to business, public-private partnership, multi-stakeholders partnership. And then we also need to strengthen local context, especially for communities in the remote area. So the involvement of local wisdoms and local knowledge as a value and an instrument for early warning for all. So despite of the advance of technology, it is proof that we still cannot neglect the local knowledge and wisdom. Because when the warning fails, mostly the local wisdom, local knowledge have important role to save the people, especially in the local remote area. And then we need to create local champions leadership for early warning sustainability by learning that the local wisdom, local knowledge is very important to maintain and to strengthen. So we must have the local champion. And of course, we need private sectors to be involved more. I'm sorry to say that I'm afraid the involvement of private sectors need to be further pushed. Yeah. So, for instance, we just Indonesia through our agency and Badan Standarisasi Nasional, we just managed to launch the ISO 2023-28-3. That's about the guidelines for the implementation of a community-based early warning system for tsunami. It has been published a couple years ago, yeah, and it is important to push the private sectors to implement. For instance, in Yogyakarta International Airport, they have implemented that early warning for tsunami. That airport is vulnerable for tsunami, and it has been built to occupy, to be able to occupy about 10,000 people plus 2,000 people from the visitors as well as from the surrounding community to be evacuated at the second level or mezzanine level in the airport.
Excuse me,
So-
Ibu Prof, the times is up, so probably you can conclude.
Okay, yeah. So actually, through encouraging the private sectors, we need to collaborate with them. In conclusion, please, please you turn on the tsunami early warning IOC UNESCO for the concluding. Please, Mbak Oke. Let's see.
Video.
Yeah. Just very short, and it needs to be understood by most participants here. I hope the time is still exists as well as the earlier presenters. Still the same time, I guess. Thank you.
Do you remember the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, which resulted in the loss of many lives? The tsunami that caused severe damage and death spanning as far as the east coast of Africa, with the furthest recorded fatality directly attributed to this tsunami reaching more than 8,000 kilometers from its epicenter. Communities along the surrounding coasts of the Indian Ocean were absolutely devastated. The tsunami killed an estimated 227,898 people in 14 countries, making it one of the deadliest natural disasters in recorded history. The 2004 tsunami served as a catalyst for the establishment of the Tsunami Early Warning System and Mitigation System. There are 3 established tsunami service providers in the Indian Ocean, and the Indonesian Tsunami Early Warning System, the Indian Tsunami Early Warning System, the Joint Australian Tsunami Warning Center. In addition to these 3 tsunami service providers, an ICG IOTWMS Secretariat was established and is based in Australia, while the Indian Ocean Tsunami Information Center, known as IOTIC, is based in Indonesia.
As an integral part of the world's community, Indonesia through IDATIUS, operated by BMKG, is committed to support and protect the Indian Ocean coastal community from the threats of tsunami through a reliable tsunami early warning system.
INATUS continues to strengthen and improve its capacity. should an earthquake occur in the Indian Ocean with a magnitude above 6.5, the INA-2s will disseminate earthquake information and tsunami threat advisories to the designated authorities in the 25 Indian Ocean member states, as well as monitor the results of other tsunami service providers' analyses based in India and Australia. It is expected that INA-2's tsunami advisory and information could help countries be prepared and ready to face the tsunami threat.
Thank you very much for your kind attention. Please come to the next international symposium hosting by BMKG and Indian Ocean IOC UNESCO, and please participate there. Thank you. See you there.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwi Korita. So by that, I think we conclude this keynote speaker session because the time is very late right now. Thank you very much to Professor Dwi Korita for your nice presentation. And now we would like to proceed to the lunch break. But before we have the break, I would like to introduce the next moderator for the session. Would be Ibu Professor Dr. Ella Meliana. Is she here? Oh yeah, please stand up over there. So Ibu Professor Dr. Ella Meliana will moderate the next session after lunch. So the lunch will be served outside of this venue. So see you at 2 p.m. Sorry. So please be here before 2 p.m. So those who are planning to do the prayers, so we have a mosque next to this building. So just 3 minutes walk. Thank you so much for everyone. So see you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped. bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, burung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, burung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe-kelebe indah lagu indah. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe-kelebe indah lagu indah. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, burung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Megah di Aceh. Indah lagu indah. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe-kelebe indah lagu indah. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, burung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, burung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Menatap medek, kita tingkong, lupa tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe-kelebe indah lagu indah. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe-kelebe indah lagu indah. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, meja bumi kembang siula tidak dapat berubah dalam sinar bulan dalam sinar bulan ando ayon ruang mesusun yang malam-malam mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa dalam sinar bulan dalam sinar bulan ando ayon ruang mesusun yang malam-malam mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lagu indah. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lagu indah. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayon ruang mesusun yang malam-malam mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Megah di Aceh. Indah lagu indah. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lagu indah. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayon ruang mesusun yang malam-malam mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayon ruang mesusun yang malam-malam mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa mengangkat medek minta pingkong lembah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lagu indah. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lagu indah. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayon ruang mesusun tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning mencampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon rulung mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon rulung mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon rulung mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Megah di Aceh. Indahlah koina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon rulung mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon rulung mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek kita tingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan mira, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning, bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, rurung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Mengangkat mebek, kita tingkong, upah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat mebek, kita tingkong, upah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, rurung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Mengangkat mebek, kita tingkong, upah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat mebek, kita tingkong, upah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megadi Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lagu ina. Bungong jumpa megadi Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lagu ina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kumang siula, tidak tak rupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan, ando ayon, rurung mesusun, mesusunnya malam-malam. Mengangkat mebek, kita tingkong, upah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat mebek, kita tingkong, Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lakoina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lakoina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayan, lulung mesusun malam-malam. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Megah di Aceh. Indah lakoina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lakoina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayan, lulung mesusun malam-malam. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayan, lulung mesusun malam-malam. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lakoina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lakoina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan ando ayan, lulung mesusun malam-malam. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Mengangkat mebek ini kita tingkom, bahkan harum sebelum jumpa. Megah di Aceh. Indah lakoina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indah lakoina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning mencampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak berubah. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan ando ayon, ruang mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan ando ayon, ruang mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan ando ayon, ruang mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Megah di Aceh. Indahlah koina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak berubah. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak tak berubah. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan ando ayon, ruang mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan ando ayon, ruang mesusun yang malam-malam. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Mengangkat medek, minta pingkong, entah tak harus ngomong jumpa. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Bungong jumpa megah di Aceh. Bungong kelebe indahlah koina. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Putih kuning bercampur merah, kembang siula tidak terlupa. Dalam sinar bulan, dalam sinar bulan
Cheek. 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 Cheek.
Cheek satu.
Cheek.
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 Cheek satu.
Oh, cheek.
Cheek. Cheek. Cheek satu.
Tes. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. How is everybody's doing? Good? Okay, thank you. Can you see me even? I'm so short. Thank you very much. I would like to start the new session of our conference. This is the panel session with the title, Lessons Learned and Best Practices in Hazard and Technology Infrastructure Development. So in this session, we have three invited speakers. The first one is Professor Anawat Supastri. The second one is Professor Muksin. Professor Anwat Supastri is from the IRIDES, Tohoku University, and Professor Muksin is from the TDMRC of Syekh Kuala University, and Professor Irwan Meilano, who will be presenting online. He's from the ITB in Bandung. So, and after we have the three speakers giving their presentation, there will be an extra from in our session, which is going to be a documentary movie playing. So hopefully you can bear with us for the rest of the session's presentations. So I would like to invite every speakers who is on the site today, Professor Anawat Supastri and Professor Muksin, to come on stage so we can start. And thank you. And I would like to check Professor Irwan Meilano, who's online. I wonder if you already online. But if not, then probably you will. Okay, there you are. Good afternoon, Professor. Nice to see you here. So, yeah, thank you. So, so let's start the session. So I would like to first read the CV of Professor Anawat Supastri. Anawat Supastri is from the Tohoku University, an associate professor in tsunami and disaster science in International Research Institute of Disaster Science of IRIDES. He is the leader of SATREP Tsunami and Coastal Disaster Mitigation Project, editorial member, Geoscience Letters and Coastal Engineering Journal, and a former member of International Journal of Disaster Risk Reduction. He is an associate professor, also a recognized leader in tsunami research. Dr. Supastri focuses on tsunami numerical simulation, fragility analysis, evacuation strategies, and disaster mitigation education. His highly cited publications have earned multiple awards from the Coastal Engineering Journal, Japan Society of Civil Engineers, and Japan Foundation of Ocean Engineering. Dr. Supastri serves on the editorial boards of Geoscience Letters and Coastal Engineering Journal, with his students receiving recognition at conferences such as the World Bonsai Forum and AOGS. In 2018, his contributions were honored by the Japan's former Prime Minister Yasuhiro Nakasone and the Minister of Education, with Tohoku University naming him as a distinguished researcher since 2022. Dr. Supastri currently leading and co-leading several international tsunami and disaster mitigation projects funded by the Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development, or SATREPS, by Japan Science and Technology GST, and Japan International Cooperation Agency, or JICA, and other projects by Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, and project funded by international organizations, companies. So I would like to have you as our first speaker be my guest. Thank you.
Can I have my slide, please? This is for the... Okay. No, there's no... Can we use the pointer?
pointer? Okay. Okay, I just try to figure out the pointer, but that doesn't work. Okay, anyway, so thank you so much for invitation. I'm very glad. I would like to thank the organizer for this opportunity. And I believe that my, my homework for this talk is to share some experience of my home country, Thailand, and the country that where I'm working, which is in Japan. What is going on, what is lesson that we can share for people in Banda Aceh. And this is what about me. So we have 12 minutes, right? Okay. So first half will be about Thailand. So I have another talk yesterday, but I will speak a little bit different and with some information. So in Thailand, we also have a similar tsunami but arrived after one and a half hours. So we have some time to evacuate. But at that time, we have no such warning system. So we had also large number of loss by the tsunami as well. But after that, on the left-hand side, we have several medias and organizations that has been established after the tsunami to transfer this tsunami information. And on the right, we have set up several towers that is to help to broadcast the tsunami information. And we also have buoy from the US DART buoy in the east side of Nicobar Island. And also on the right side, lower right side, we also have recently newly developed our new tsunami hazard map. This is one example of how we rebuild or change our, kind of rebuilt. This school is very close next to the sea, and it used to be 2 stories. And because the tsunami at that time reached the 2nd floor of the school, so now, not now, but I mean, since after that, so they rebuilt the school by making 3 stories and making the 1st floor as a priority so the tsunami can pass through the building, and that student, pupils, and teachers will stay in the 2nd and the 3rd floor, and they have a plan to evacuate to the mountain behind the school. I hope you can see from the slide, using another route, go through the mountain directly. They don't have to pass to the sea. So this is how they learn how to survive for such kind of tsunami situation. And in Thailand, we also have several facilities for evacuation. Like on the right, we have evacuation buildings. We also have some geological place that we can use for like geopark in the future. We have like many rocks, boulders on the left, on the top middle. This boulder has been brought by tsunami in 2004, or we still have some layers of tsunami deposit that we can use for educational purpose as well. And this is another example. I think in Aceh, you have a big ship, right? So in Thailand, we also have 2 locations with the ship. This one is from like a Coast Guard boat that used to protect one of the royal family. And you can see the time in 2009 on the right. It start from very typical local wooden bridge, and then after time passed by, they make it more better, have concrete bridge, and they rebuilt the facility nearby. But sadly, recently they built a wall so that we cannot go in. We have to. I heard from local people that we have to pay the entrance fee to see that. So that is another issue that we have to think about how to manage the kind of disaster heritage. This is another example that this village, about half of villagers were killed by the tsunami in 2004. And these 2 fishing boats are transported by tsunami to like 1 kilometer inland. And you can see that after 10 years, it's getting old, and the signage also getting white because of the sunlight. But somehow, few years ago, the government rebuilt the old boats to the very new shiny one. So I heard from the local people that they are not so happy with this kind of situation. They would like to keep the old spirits and the old, original one. So that is another issue that I have been observed so far, and we need to think about that. And let's move to Japan. You know that in Japan we have a lot of countermeasure, which is using structures that, for example, we have like breakwater, we have seawalls, we have other facilities, which is because in Japan we have more frequency of the tsunami. So after 2011, what we have learned from that big tsunami, we have started the idea called level 1 and level 2. So we designed the height of the structures based on the return period of the disaster. So for lower return period, we call level 1, which is like tsunami every 100 or 200 years. So we built the height of the structure as high as that level. But like 2011 or 2004 Indian Ocean type tsunami is too big, and the return period will be much longer. So we allow the water to overtop the structures, but we make sure that our structure will be strong enough and to help to delay the tsunami arrival and to make sure that we have a good evacuation plan and facilities. And also, this is a good example that Sendai City, I believe Professor Kushimura and others helped Sendai City when we would like to create a new elevated road. In the middle figure is the original tsunami inundation area of 2011, and on the right figure is the new road that we elevated. But to determine how high the road should be elevated, we need some quantitative way to do that. So they do simulation, and 6 meters of elevated road, that means the water when overtop the road will not be that too high to destroy the building. So they came up with this solution. And on the left side is what we work with Professor Sam Siddiq, that maybe for Achinis you might know that there's a plan of the BOR, RJ Outer Ring Road, and which is developed similar idea of this kind of multi-layer countermeasure that not only to reduce the traffic, but also to reduce the tsunami as well. But we cannot only think about the tsunami, but we have to think about the scenic view and also the environment. So this is one good example in Casanoma City, where they would like to keep the nice sandy beach by raising, even the seawall is getting higher, but they top up the land behind the seawall so that it will be not like a big wall, and also they can maintain the sandy beach as well. So this is how they consider the landscape and the environment issue at the same time to ensure the safety. And for the warning itself, they also reduce the warning levels to make it more simple from 8 levels to 5 levels. And they also have many sensors, because, for example, SNET, the seafloor earthquake and tsunami sensor, so that as soon as the tsunami happens, no matter what the seismic or non-seismic source, we can detect. This one also works with the tsunami from volcanic eruption from Tonga as well. And on the new year, if you might remember the news that there was a big big earthquake, in Japan on the New Year Day. Actually, tsunami at that time arrived very early, as you can see from this animation. I will not speak now in detail, but if you want to listen, I will speak more in detail about this tomorrow morning in room 1. Yes, next. Okay. So what would you say from this case, for tsunami perspective, is that even though tsunami arrived very fast, but people in this area, as you can see from the videos that along the coast, at the time of earthquake on the top, many people was there in the sightseeing spot. But soon they could evacuate, and at the time of big wave arrived, people already evacuate. That is a good example of how not only technology of warning, but people itself, they have awareness to evacuate. Even tsunami could arrive very fast. And for those who read news in Japan, I would skip this one, I will come back later. In August, we have a big earthquake in Nankai area, and they actually give like a big earthquake advisory. This is the system that they do right now. If there's magnitude more than 7 in the red zone happen, they will release like a possibility of big earthquake. This is how they do. There is no, like a real case like that, but we also have such the same thing in Toku area. So this is how another step that we try to help to warn people as much as possible. So to do that, we need collaboration. And again, as this is my last slide. So as you know, this month is the Tsunami Awareness Day in November. And so hopefully this kind of collaboration, as Professor Samsidi mentioned, that Professor Tiziana Rossetto received the award like this. So I think I would like to wish that we can have collaboration more, not only 2, but maybe 3 or 4 more multi-collaboration that we could help share, listen from each other. I think this is the end of my talk. Oh, sorry, and this is how in the future we are trying to convert our technology and knowledge from Japan to Indonesia through the SATREP project. If you'd like to learn more, you can come to our session tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much. Sorry for the time.
Thank you very much, Professor Anawar. Please have a seat. Because this is a panel session, I would like to continue to our second speaker, Professor Dr. Renat Muksin. Oops, that's my time. Yes. So I will please have your place while I'm reading the CV of Professor Dr. Muskin Umar. He is a distinguished geophysicist at University of Shah Kuala, specializing in seismology, seismic imaging, and geological hazard assessment. His research focuses on crustal structure studies, detailed active faults analysis, and seismic tomography techniques, contributing significantly to understand seismic activities in Indonesia. So he is a professor in Shah Kuala University, coordinator of Master Program in Physics, and Vice Director of Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, or TDMRC, and also the coordinator of Geological Hazard Division, TDMRC. The place is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Ella Melianda, from this morning, and also our previous speaker were talking about a lot about tsunami, but now I would like to talk about earthquake sources and active fault, which is quite different from our previous speakers. My presentation today is the important earthquake source and fault studies and the progress in northernmost Sumatra. There are several studies, earthquake studies, conducted in Indonesia, studying active faults funded by BMKG and World Bank. Actually, we would like to understand the distribution of active fault. This is the statistics of disasters in Indonesia. As you can see that there are a lot of disasters, mostly flood, But if you can see from the right-hand side figures, you can see that the largest fatalities were caused by geological hazard-based disasters, excluding the COVID-19. That's why it is important to study earthquake sources and several possible active faults distributed in Indonesia. But it seems that the Earth becomes seismically very active after the 2004 Aceh earthquake and tsunami. As you can see that after the 2004 earthquake and tsunami, an earthquake in Nias occurred that caused more than 1,000 of fatalities, and followed by the 2007 Yogyakarta earthquake, Merapi eruption, 2009 West Sumatra, 2018 Lombok, and 2018 Palu earthquake, followed by tsunami and liquefaction. And that's why I also say that the 2004 Aceh earthquake caused the activities of earthquakes in Indonesia. As you know that our region is very seismically active. The earthquakes coming from not only from the sub-region zone, but also from the Wharton Ridge, and of course along the Sumatra Fault, Great Sumatra Fault. But there are several earthquakes, several devastating earthquakes occur along secondary fault, which was not really known previously. As several examples, the 2013 Central Aceh earthquake with magnitude of 6.2 and with fatalities more than 40 people, and followed by the 2016 Pidijaya earthquake with magnitude of 6.5. And recently, we know that there was an earthquake in Cianjur with magnitude of 5.6, with fatalities more than 600 people, and destroyed more than 1,000 of buildings. Those earthquakes are previously unknown. So we were focusing on what we have now, the earthquake along Sumatra Fault, along subduction zone, and so on. But there are several unknown faults located in Indonesia. Maybe there are still some unknown faults distributed in Indonesia that can cause a lot of fatalities in the future. That's why we are trying to map all possible active faults in Indonesia. And today, I would like to show you several progress of our research in northernmost Sumatra. And you can see that even earthquake with magnitude of 6.5, the earthquake can be followed by landslide and can destroy half of village. Why inland earthquakes are more devastating? Firstly, the earthquakes are close to the population compared to the earthquake along the subduction zone. And secondly, very high intensities, although the magnitude are smaller, because the intensities depends on the distance to the source of earthquake. And the third one is high frequency seismic waves affect lower buildings. As you can see from this figure, for example, the taller building affected by lower frequency, and the very high frequency of earthquake can affect very low buildings. And of course, the devastating was caused by the low quality of buildings. And also possible increase of risk caused by the growth of population. As you can see in the left-hand side figure, the fatalities from earthquake increased significantly as the increase of the world population. And because the earthquake do not kill, but the buildings damage kill a lot of people, and the population growth make the countries become, there are several mega cities like Indonesia, in West Java, in Jakarta, and so on. If there is an earthquake occur very closely to the mega cities, then we can imagine there will be a lot of fatalities caused by this earthquake. And you can see that the population of Indonesia increases sharply or significantly over the year. What we need to do, firstly, we need to investigate all possible active faults that can cause inland earthquake, and then detailed analysis of seismic hazard before building critical infrastructure, for example, dam or tower and mega cities, which is nowadays when people build some towers, they are not doing this seismic hazard analysis, unfortunately. But the government now already implement the regulation that building a dam should follow the seismic hazard analysis. And maybe we need to evaluate qualities of existing public buildings, for example, schools, malls, and so on, because we don't know where the active faults, inland active faults are located at the moment. And I would like to propose that seismic hazard analysis must be included part of visibility studies of the development of a city. And even if possible, we can estimate, like if we build buildings, and we can estimate possible damage of cities. For example, what it is done by our colleague Ibnu Rusdi in 2021. And the progress of our study about active faults in northernmost Sumatra, we deployed more than 100 stations in Sumatra. Then we can see the detail of the active faults. The Selimun faults consists of two parts of faults, and you can see that the Sumatra fault is not that active, except in Janto. In Janto is around Siron region. In this region, maybe if you visit this region, it's a very beautiful place, because there is a place called Siron, and like a flower of hills. Actually, these hills caused by tectonic activities. If you can see from the distribution of earthquake, it creates flower structure caused by tectonic activities. And this is the Pidijaya fault. This study was performed by our students, Arifullah. The Pidijaya earthquake should, the Pidijaya fault should be revised. It's not striking northwest or east, but northeast or west. So it should be revised in our fault map. Yeah. And there is also a new cluster of earthquake, which is still unknown. that I mark here, unknown fault. There are several unknown faults that we need to investigate. And this is the active fault in Central Aceh. But what we obtain here, there is an unknown fault called Nisam Fault, located in the north, close to in the north of the volcano. Yeah. And there is also several other active faults, which is unknown previously, the Langsa Fault, the thrust faulting of Langsa, and also the fault system in Southeast Aceh. And what about the new IKN? Yeah? We need also study this region because there are several earthquakes recorded in this region actually. And the conclusion is that Indonesia is one of the most seismically active regions, and there are several active faults have not been studied, and seismic hazard analysis must be included as a part of feasibility studies before development of city. And our outlook is the detailed fault and seismic hazard studies will focus on areas with a lot of public facilities. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhsin, for your very insightful presentation. And let's move on to our third speaker, Professor Dr. Irwan Mailano, STMSG. I don't know whether he should be there online. So I would like to read his CV. Professor Irwan Mailano is a geodesist whose significant work in earthquake geodesy emphasizes crustal deformation, tectonic geodesy, and seismic hazard mitigation. As the Dean of the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology at Institut Teknologi Bandung, ITB, he oversees research and educational initiatives focused on earthquake science and disaster resilience. A key figure in Indonesia's disaster preparedness, he chairs the Geodesy Working Group for the National Team on Earthquake Hazard Mapping, contributing to updated national hazard maps and earthquake risk assessment strategies. Professor Mailano is also the research coordinator for the Graduate Research on Earthquake and Active Tectonics, or GRADE program, a collaborative research initiative with the Australian National University that supports advancements in geodesy and tectonic studies. His efforts to improve earthquake risk mapping and his collaborations with national and international institutions highlights his commitment to advancing earthquake preparedness in Indonesia. So the place at the screen is yours, Professor Irwan Mailano. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ella, for your kind introductions. And also thank you for Professor Samsidik for inviting me to join to this very important symposiums. I wish I could be there in person, but unfortunately I need to join online. I apologize for any inconvenience. As already mentioned by previous presenters, having a good understanding in terms of the seismic hazard, earthquake sources is very important for a country like Indonesia. And for today's presentation, I'd like to share with all of you the topics related to advanced analytics for strengthening disaster risk financing in Indonesia. It is a collaborative research between IITB and Shakwala University. I need to highlight that the 2004 Aceh earthquakes, it improved the basic understanding of the earthquakes research. So now we have a better understanding on the rupture process of the earthquakes And also now we have a better knowledge on tsunami propagations, but at the same time, it's also changed my life. When the earthquake occurred, I was, I'm very sorry. So when the earthquake occurred, I was second years of doctoral student in Nagoya. I did my master degree in Nagoya, studying volcanic deformations. But after the earthquake, I changed my topics into earthquakes deformation. So soon after the earthquakes, I visited Aceh. 6 months after the earthquakes, we installed several genetic observations, continuous GPS site around Aceh regions. And on the right side, it was me. I think that was beginning of 2005. It was 19 years ago. And these photos also me and group of students from Shakwal University. We try to establish a GPS observation network inside Weh Islands, and Professor Mohsin already mentions that this part of the fault is very important to be studied in terms of the seismicity. So from the genetic data, we also found a very interesting evidence of strain accumulation in these regions. I'd like to share that after 2004 earthquakes, Indonesia experienced several big earthquakes, including 2005 Nias earthquake, 2010 Aceh 2010 earthquakes near the Mentawai area, 2018 Lombok earthquakes, and also we had 2021 Mamuju earthquakes. This earthquake is very interesting to note because for the first time now we have a better understanding on the strain accumulations and release near the Makassar Strait thrust. Then from this result, we found a very good evidence of strain accumulation still exists in this area that might produce another earthquake in the future. We also found another evidence of tsunami. This is not directly related with the earthquakes, but the tsunami near Sunda Strait strongly related with Krakatau volcano activity. So I believe that I need to share the advancements of earthquake infrastructure in Indonesia after 2004. So after I returned to Indonesia in 2006, together with other scientists from several institutions, including from Shakwal University, we tried to update the seismic hazard map of Indonesia. The first update was 2010, and then and the second one is 2017. Now we are working on the third update. So I really hope that by the end of this year, we may produce a new update of seismic hazard of Indonesia. And as already mentioned by Professor Ella, as the leader of the geodetics group, we are collecting genetic data, including GPS, INSAR, to analyze strain accumulations and release in Indonesian regions. But beside all the advancements of earthquake source estimations, we still found we still face an evidence that earthquake is still one of the highest cause of economic losses. So number one is earthquake and tsunami, and followed by wildfires. So since the last 5 years, I've been working with the LPDP, or Indonesian Endowment Fund, to continue my research, not only defining the earthquake sources, but also working on a risk model for disaster risk financing. And since the last 2 years, we've been working with Ministry of Finance and South Kuala University to estimate loss data risk models to estimate disaster risk financing strategy. And so it might help Indonesian governments to have a better financing instrument for disaster. So we try to calculate the severity of the disaster, including the earthquakes, and also the frequency of the disasters. And we use what we call as data-driven quantitative analysis for disaster risk financing decisions. So our products will become a basic information from the national level governments, including the local governments, to estimate the fiscal exposure in the event of disasters. Or maybe to simply answer the question such as, should we set aside fund in the reserve funds, and how large should this reserve fund be? Or maybe if the government's having a problem related to the financial cost of scaling up an existing social protection program. So we really hope that our research may contribute to answer this kind of questions. And in order to answer the questions, so we collect not only the hazard data. So basically me and Professor Muhsin is a hazard man, but now we're working together with other scientists from, not only from earth scientists, but also economics, social scientists, spatial analysis, to estimate the exposure, spatial distributions of all the exposure in Indonesia. And together with the engineers, we try to estimate the vulnerability or fragility functions for every kind of buildings. And finally, we calculate risks, including stress tests, even load stable. And finally, we presenting our results to the decision maker as layerings of financial costs by the disaster. So I'd like to share an examples from the earthquakes. So for the earthquake, we use the information of the earthquake sources, then based on the map produced by the national teams, the PUSGEN. As of now, we are working on the updating of the map, but for this research, we still use an old one. But the most important part is we need to not only estimate the earthquake parameters, including the magnitude, the slip rates, the locations, the geometry, but also we need to calculate the probability. The probability is very important because we need to estimate the stochastic event set. So we try to calculate stochastically all possible events of the earthquakes in the Indonesian regions. And finally, we calculate the intensity field for all the events. And by using this information, we may produce the annual average losses map. And these are examples of the peak load accelerations in the bedrocks, 10% exceedance probability in 50 years. So we calculate for the whole countries. And this is the result that we are presenting to the Ministry of Finance. So now we understand the probable maximum losses. So we can produce the curve of PML, probable maximum loss, and also layering, and if it is needed, also the transfer pricings. And this kind of information may help fiscal policymakers to set loss limit that will be retained, or probably they need to transfer to another funding source, or maybe the offers fail. And it might also have the fiscal policymakers to estimate technical premium as a basic for negotiating the risk transfer cost as for the insurance. So basically, we've been calculating this scenario for all different types of disasters, not only earthquake, but also tsunami, forest fires, flood, drought, and other type of hazards. So now we have a very good information in terms of the historical losses, scenario hazard, stress test, ELT, even loss table, average analysis, and probable maximum losses for all 9 different of disasters. And in the futures, we like to also add the information related to the climate change into our hazard data. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Irwan Melano, for the last speaker in the session. And I would like to open 2 questions from the audience. Are there any questions addressed to either of the 3 speakers? Please raise your hand. No questions? From the students, there are so many students right now in the afternoon. Thank you very much for your attendance. If there are no questions, maybe one question from me, then I have to formulate it for everybody across among the 3 speakers. What do you think about the advancement of technology in terms of developing seismic hazards signals that could help the decision makers and link to the insurance? Because, you know, it's too far away, different dichotomy of direction of disciplines, and how we can meet and in which ground we meet to make a contribution to the society in general. Yes, you can do first.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your question was what we can do actually to improve the result and related with the RFI. Yeah. This morning, Professor, the head of BMKG mentioned that we are still lack of coordination in having or collaborating the seismic data. Actually, there are a lot of online data available. For example, BMKG has a lot of seismic stations, and BFMBG also has several, and also maybe PUPR, if you know PUPR, they also has their own seismic stations. Maybe what we can do now is to integrate all the seismic data, all the seismic stations. That is done by several countries, like in Germany or in Japan. They can access all the data. It is not that difficult, I think. From our office, for example, we can access all the data from all over the world. If we can collaborate together with all the institutions, we can provide much better seismic data for Indonesian region. And then we can do better analysis. We can do like a denser monitoring for some regions to update the map that mentioned by Professor Irwan Melado. And also maybe it is also better for tsunami monitoring. I think that's my idea. So we can do that, yeah.
Well, for me, actually, yeah, we just discussed that I'm also working with some insurance company. And for insurance perspective, I would like to introduce you, like, of course, we have typical insurance type when we got earthquake or disaster, and then we got damage. And then we go and inspect the damage level, and we pay out the money, right? But recently, there are also another types of insurance called parametric insurance. Maybe I'm not sure if you heard about that. Yeah, it is quite new. It's like, of course, after the earthquake, for example, you go to the site. Sometimes it takes time to recover the road. Then maybe it takes some months to inspect the damage level condition, and then do the paperwork process. So the affected people might have to wait like a year or half of a year to get money back. But the parametric insurance is something like we set up a criteria. Like, for example, if in your factory, if your house had intensity more than what number, then we just pay out. Is that the idea? But they start doing this for like earthquake or for some other periods, like I heard about the typhoon, but for tsunami, still no such thing. So now another study from my research also, we are trying to doing that. So we can use probably, of course, earthquake data, intensity, or level of tsunami warning, advisory or warning, or major tsunami warning. What is the criteria that we will make to set up for the payout? But of course, we have to optimize both for the person who buy insurance and also the insurance company. So that is how we can do the best price for both those who buy and those who sell the insurance. So this is another new way that we are trying to do. Yeah.
And I would like to invite Professor Irwan Melano to have your response to my questions, please.
Yes, I clearly agree with Professor Mohsin about the importance of sharing basic information data, including seismometer data and GPS data, to as many as possible scientists, not only Indonesia, but worldwide. Because by having a good sharing system, so we may get better results in terms of the earthquake sources and produce a better seismic hazard maps. And I also agree about the information regarding the parametric insurance system from AIWEST. Together with Professor Samsidik, now we are working on the parametric insurance system for Indonesia. And we are thinking about for the earthquake, for example, the level of the earthquake magnitude that can be used as a triggering parameters for the insurance. So now we are working on that part as well. And in addition to that, I'd like to raise another issue related with the earthquake early warning system. So Indonesia needs to work very hard to improve our capability for the earthquake early warning system. It is very important for several reasons, including now we have several critical facilities. For example, in my regions now we have the high-speed railway system. And in order to make sure the safety of those high-speed trains, we need to have a better earthquake early warning system. And also we have now several critical facilities, including health facilities, educational facilities. So it will be very important to have earthquake early warning system. So the next step after seismic hazard is having a good earthquake early warning system, and we may use Japan or other countries as a reference to establish our own Indonesian earthquakes early warning system. And I believe it is a multi-stakeholders responsibilities, not only from BMKG, but universities, ITB, Sakwal University needs to be part of this advancement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Irwan Meliano. So that's conclude our session for today. Thank you very much for your attention, and please give a round of applause to all the speakers today. Thank you very much. So you may return to your seat at the audience stage. Thank you. And I would like to, So let me continue my assignment to pass through the next moderator who will guide the next session. That is Dr. Sharifuddin Chan. I think he will be with us very soon. But before that, Professor Chan, Dr. Chan. I would like to read his CV first. Dr. Shafruddin Chan is an the faculty member of Economic and Business Management of Sheikh Kuala University, and also the researcher at Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center of Sheikh Kuala University. Dr. Chan's research focuses on factors influencing tourist loyalty to tsunami-affected destinations, the economic impacts of COVID-19 on small businesses in Aceh, and the role of digital technology in enhancing SME resilience in earthquake-prone regions. His work is widely published with recent contribution to journals such as IUP Conference Series, Earth and Environmental Science, and his exploration of disaster resilience frameworks for sustainable tourism in Indonesia's Banyak Island has been presented at notable conferences like AIWEST. So I would hold your role as the moderator. Before that, we will invite you to watch a movie as a complimentary session in which I would like to invite so there will be a description about reading the synopsis about the movie that will be brought by Dr. Rizana Rosemary, PhD, and Mr. Denny Yanuar, Ecom. So both of the lady and gentlemen, please come on stage to continue this session. Thank you very much. And for me, thank you very much for your attention throughout the sessions. I would like to hand over to Rizana. Thank you.
Risalah Ombak Serambi Mekah adalah sebuah film dokumenter yang diproduksi di bawah naungan TD Mercy. Dalam rangka memperingati 20 tahun tsunami Aceh, film ini mengangkat topik tsunami Aceh sebagai pembawa pesan perubahan yang berdampak kepada berbagai sisi dari masyarakat Aceh, sisi kebudayaan, sosial, maupun religius. Risalah, pesan yang diwahyukan.
Risalah Ombak Serambi Mekah is a documentary film produced under TDMRC to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Aceh tsunami. The film explores the tsunami as catalyst for change impacting multiple facets of Acehese society, cultural, social, and spiritual. Risalah, a divinely revealed message.
Sebagaimana orang tua kita zaman dulu menyimpulkan pengalamannya pada sebuah manuskrip maupun syair dan lagu, kami harapkan film ini Risalah Ombak Serambi Mekah dapat melanjutkan pesan rantai yang sama, tapi untuk versi generasi sekarang ini.
Just as our ancestors recorded their experience in manuscripts, poetry, and songs, we hope that Risalah Ombak Serambi Mekah will carry on that same change of messages, but in a way that speaks to today's generation.
Film ini mengundang 11 narasumber dari sisi akademisi, pemerintah hingga tokoh masyarakat dengan cerita yang terbagi ke dalam 5 buah chapter atau bab.
This film features 11 speakers, ranging from academics and government officials to community leaders, with the narratives divided into 5 chapters. Our production teams hopes this film makes a meaningful impact. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the film screening.
Sebenarnya kalau kita tahu situasi sekarang tsunami itu orang kan udah berlarian. Jadi pada saat itu nggak ada orang yang lari. Nggak ada orang yang lari. Dan pada saat itu baru nampak air naik. Air naik itu bukan gelombang dulu, air sungai Krung Aceh itu. Sungai Krung Aceh itu meluap dulu, turun ke area daratan di Kampung Jawa. Baru kami panik di situ. Ya larinya di lantai 2 dulu, cari tempat-tempat yang ada lantai 2-nya. Kami mau lari ke situ, saya kemudian naik motor biar cepat. Tahu-tahu langsung nampak gelombang besar. Warna hitam, dan di situ baru saya sadari ini kayaknya kiamat. Gelombangnya cepat sekali, jadi ada semacam dentuman ya, karena gelombangnya besar, setiap bangunan yang dilewati itu meledak, tung gitu ya. Tahu-tahu udah sampai ke saya, dan saya terlempar di atas rumah orang di kawasan Kampung Jawa juga. Dan seberapa saat itu saya bangun. Dari gelombang itu kebetulan ada atap rumah orang, naik di atap rumah orang. Ada gelombang sekali lagi rupanya, 2 kali, dan menurut cerita ada yang 3 kali malah melaporkan. Saya yang kedua itu saya terhempas jauh, dibawa terus di dalam air melewati Krung Aceh itu sampai ke Kampung Kramat. Kalau saya lihat banyak orang panik, histeris ya. Namun kalau kembali lagi ke saya menganggap ini sudah suatu akhir zaman dan sebagainya. Karena kan kita belajar di agama itu kiamat gitu ya. Ini kayaknya udah kiamat ya. Jadi saya pasrah gitu ya. Jadi nggak berteriak histeris, nggak juga. Tapi dalam hati ya, mohon ampunan dan sebagainya. Mungkin di sini ajal dan sebagainya. Udah sampai ke situ. Karena memang situasinya betul-betul berat ya pada saat itu, bencananya itu yang saya alami itu seperti itu. Pada saat itu memang berita sangat intens terkait dengan tsunami ini, tsunami di Aceh. Nyanyian-nyanyian khas Aceh itu terdengar. Jadi saya terlalu teringat-ingat tuh, maksudnya sedih juga terbayang ya. Karena orang tua saya itu, ibu saya sama abang saya tuh belum dapat pada saat itu. Jadi dalam beberapa hari setelah itu saya masih termenung-menung gitu ya, melamun dan sebagainya.
Jadi yang kita dengar dari Medan dalam bus sendiri itu kejadiannya macam-macam di Aceh. Banda Aceh tidak ada lagi. Banda Aceh sudah pupus. Nah sebelum saya bercerita sampai di Banda Aceh, tengah malam itu sebenarnya di Padang Tiji. Di Padang Tiji turun, saya cari makan, saya cari air. Saya tengok kota Padang Tiji itu ramai sekali, penuh seperti pasar malam. Saya tanya sama anak muda, apa kejadian di Banda Aceh? Ditanya sama saya dari mana? Saya dari Medan. Bapak di Banda Aceh di mana tinggal? Di Jalan Rukunnya Arif, di depan asrama haji, saya bilang. Siapa saja di rumah? Istri, anak, pembantu, dan adik-adik semua. Bapak ikhlaskan saja. Bapak harus ikhlas karena asrama haji sendiri adalah itu atapnya penuh dengan air. Jadi dalam perjalanan itu saya bertasbih, berzikir. Sampai di Banda Aceh seperti saya ceritakan tadi, sampai di Jambutepe baru nampak aura ini tidak betul lagi. Ini tidak ada lagi. Saya tengok kiri kanan penuh dengan mayat ya, di trotoar mayat, di jalan sampah. Jadi saya pergi sampai ke ini Lamprit, saya tinggal sendiri. Begitu sampai di depan kantor gubernur, kan itu kan sampah meninggi gubernur. Jadi dalam keadaan gelap itu, saya menelusuri naik ke halte di depan BKKBN sekarang. Saya melihat rumah saya, nampaknya tidak ada lagi, tidak nampak lagi. Kiri kanan itu mayat semua yang sudah disimpan, yang sudah ditutup, belum diambil. Jadi begitu saya lihat tidak ada sama sekali kehidupan lagi, seperti di tengah kota yang tidak ada orang lagi. Jadi saya hanya petunjuk memohon kepada Allah supaya saya kuat, kesehatan saya kuat, saya sanggup berjalan, ingin mencari anak saya walaupun mayat. Jadi dengan air mineral di tangan, senter kecil di korek api itu saya cari. Saya cari anak istri saya yang sudah berupa mayat itu, saya bongkar satu-satu, saya balik satu-satu. Di keadaan tersebut saya tidak takut lagi. Saya akan pindah sampah itu, akan saya cari. Akhirnya lelah, hampir jam 5 sudah lelah. Saya dijemput oleh ambulan, disuruh naik ke ambulan. Saya tidak mau. Dibilang sama saya, Pak naik ke ambulan, kami akan bawa Pak ke mata air sana. Di sini tidak ada orang lagi. Di kampung ini tidak ada penduduk lagi. Jangan ganggu saya akan cari keluarga saya sampai dapat, walaupun mayat. Jadi saya cari, jadi kemana ini? Kemana lagi saya harus pergi? Akhirnya saya nggak sanggup lagi, sudah lemas, kiri kanan mayat, saya berjalan di atas mayat. Saya sampailah ke Lampinang ini, sampailah ke komplek B. Saya tengok di depan rumah kakak saya tuh, saya tengok ada mobil, tapi itu berlumpur semua, ada mobil. Begitu saya masuk ke dalam, saya ketok pintu, dibilang sama yang di dalam rumah, kakak saya, siapa? Termizi, kan? Siapa kan? Masuk aja pintu nggak kunci sampai. Begitu lihat kan tidur di kursi tamu, bangun, begitu dilihat saya dipeluk, nangis, dipeluk saya nangis semua kan. Almarhum abu saya sendiri, ayah saya sendiri dalam keadaan sakit. dipeluk saya, dibilang sama saya bahwa dibilang sama kakak sama saya, bersyukur anak, bersyukur adikku, bersyukur Allah masih sayang kepada kita. Istrimu, anakmu selamat semua, adikmu semua, jiwa raga semua yang ada di rumah selamat.
Alhamdulillah sekarang kalau dibilang trauma nggak lagi ya, karena saya sudah balik lagi ke kampung Jawa sekarang, tinggal di sana karena kebetulan ada tanah orang tua di situ ya, ada dibangun rumah di situ, jadi saya tinggal di sana lagi ya. Kekhawatiran tidak ada lagi karena saya melihat ada perubahan dinamika bermasyarakat di sana. Kalau dulu tuh senang sekali masyarakatnya, hampir setiap bulan itu ya, itu ada hiburan keyboard dan sebagainya, banyak itu musim sekali pada saat itu ya, panggung hiburan, ada orang joget dan sebagainya. Tapi sekarang berubah setelah tsunami ini, kita banyak kegiatan keagamaan di sana. Jadi ada pengajian. Saya pun aktif mengajar anak-anak ngaji ya. Kalau malam hari itu saya luangkan waktu saya. Sesibuk apapun saya usahakan untuk mengajar anak-anak mengaji di kampung ya. Di situ ada perasaan nyaman gitu ya. Jadi spiritual kita itu tinggi ya dengan kita mengajar mengaji dan sebagainya.
Tuhan membuktikan bahwa ketika manusia lupa menyimpan memori-memorinya tentang tsunami pada masa lalu, alam menyimpannya, tidak hanya alam mati, tapi juga hewan-hewan yang tidak kita duga sebelumnya, seperti kelelawar tadi ya. Jadi dia yang menyimpan sehingga bisa kita lihat sekarang. Penelitian tentang tsunami purba pada awalnya kami lakukan bukan di gua itu ya, tapi di sepanjang pantai Banda Aceh dan Aceh Besar, karena wilayah Banda Aceh dan Aceh Besar itu memang memungkinkan terekam tsunami-tsunami yang pernah terjadi pada masa lalu gitu ya. Tapi pada kesempatan yang lain kami juga melakukan penelitian atau menemukan gua yang belakangan sesudah kita gali itu ternyata sangat spektakuler, yang menyimpan 11 kali tsunami sejak 7.400 tahun yang silam sampai dengan tsunami 2004. Jadi kalau digabungkan dengan tsunami-tsunami yang terjadi pada masa lalu dan dengan tsunami 2004, kita mendapatkan 12 lapisan tsunami yang ada di sana gitu. Dan lapisan tsunami yang ada di dalam gua itu sangat istimewa. Yang pertama, hanya satu-satunya di dunia untuk sementara itu. Kemudian lapisan-lapisan tsunami itu dapat kita lihat dengan jelas karena ada jeda antara kotoran kelelawar dengan lapisan tsunami dari lapisan 1, 2, 3, 4 sampai yang ke-11. Artinya orang awam sekalipun kalau ingin mempelajari tentang bukti tsunami purba pada masa lalu di gua tersebut cukup mudah mengenalnya dibandingkan dengan di lokasi-lokasi lain yang memerlukan pengetahuan dasar bagaimana cara mengidentifikasi lapisan tsunami.
Cuma kita harapkan apapun kehebatan teknologi, secanggih apapun, namun kearifan lokal, peninggalan masa lalu yang masih bisa kita lihat sekarang jangan juga diabaikan.
Kearifan lokal Semong adalah termasuk kearifan tentang mitigasi bencana, tentang penyelamatan diri terhadap bencana gempa yang menimbulkan tsunami, di mana masyarakat Simulu karena warisan budaya yang diterima oleh leluhur Simulu sejak peristiwa Semong 1970, maka kearifan ini telah diketahui dan masyarakat pada warga Simelu dimanapun berada, sehingga bisa mengambil tindakan cepat apabila terjadi bencana alam seperti didahului dengan gempa yang kuat, air laut yang surut, dan kemudian datanglah gelombang yang besar yang disebut semua.
Untuk Semong sendiri dalam konteks Indonesia, saya juga menulis satu tulisan untuk mengusulkan setelah 14 tahun tsunami, saatnya kata Semong masuk ke dalam Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia sebagai salah satu kata yang menggambarkan tentang fenomena tsunami, karena kita mendapatkan pembelajaran yang cukup banyak ya dari bagaimana pengetahuan tersebut menyelamatkan masyarakat Simelu.
Sebenarnya kalau berdasarkan hasil yang kita lihat, berdasarkan hasil opini dari negara-negara luar, seandainya negara lain bukan Aceh seperti ini yang kemarin, yang tinggal ini sudah gila semua, sudah tidak waras lagi, tidak normal lagi.
Jadi kalau kita bicara peristiwa yang terjadi, kalau dalam bahasa Al-Quran, peristiwa itu disebut musibah. Musibah itu sebenarnya netral ya, nggak negatif. Hari ini saja orang-orang menyebut musibah dengan tendensi yang negatif. Dalam bahasa Arab, musibah itu berasal dari kata asabah, yang berarti yang menimpa. Jadi kalau seandainya yang menimpa kita sesuatu, itu selalu musibah, baik itu positif atau negatif. Nah, musibah tsunami, ini kalau dalam perspektif Islam, itu adalah sesuatu yang sangat normal. Artinya apa? Allah Maha Kuasa untuk mengizinkan apapun kejadian. Ya, apapun bisa saja kejadian. Dan setiap kejadian yang terjadi, itu maknanya sudah diizinkan oleh Allah bahwa kejadian itu akan ada. Nah, dengan konteks yang demikian, kita harus paham bahwa kalau Allah mau, Allah bisa saja menghalangi kejadian ini untuk tidak terjadi. Ya kan? Tapi Allah biarkan. Kenapa Allah biarkan? Ada maksud Allah di balik kejadian. Maksudnya bisa banyak macam. Nah, disinilah kita harus memahami atau belajar untuk memahami dengan benar apa yang Allah inginkan. Kalau azab-azab model yang didapat oleh kaum Lut, azab yang didapat oleh Fir'aun, azab yang didapat oleh kaum Ad dan sebagainya, itu tidak ada kesempatan. Artinya mereka diazab dan mereka selesai. Mereka menemukan kematian. Ya. Tapi kalau seandainya azab kecil, itu disebut oleh Allah di dalam Al-Quran di surah As-Sajdah, وَلَنُذِيقَنَّهُمْ مِنَ الْعَذَابِ الْأَدْنَى دُونَ الْعَذَابِ الْأَكْبَرِ. Dan Allah akan memberikan kepada kita azab-azab kecil sebelum azab besar datang. Yang mana yang dimaksud oleh Allah dengan azab besar di sini? Azab besar di sini adalah neraka. Bahwa sesuatu yang akan menimpa kita nanti, azab besar, diazab oleh Allah SWT. Tapi sebelum itu datang, kata Allah, وَلَنُذِيقَنَّهُمْ مِنَ الْعَذَابِ الْأَدْنَى. Allah akan datangkan kepada kita azab-azab kecil sebelum azab besar tadi datang. Untuk apa azab kecil itu Allah munculkan pada kita? Kata Allah di ujung ayat, la'allahum yarji'un, supaya mereka kembali, supaya mereka bertaubat, supaya mereka kembali lagi ke jalan yang benar dan seterusnya. Jadi ini sebenarnya adalah justru bukti kasih sayang Allah kepada kita, bahwa Allah tidak mau kita berlama-lama di dalam dosa, dalam maksiat, sehingga nanti kalau kita berlama-lama dengan dosa dan maksiat, kita akan ketemu dengan azab besar setelah meninggal. Nah, itu sebabnya Allah berikanlah azab-azab kecil dulu supaya kita ingat. Karena kodratnya manusia sering sekali ketika dia berada dalam kenikmatan, dia lupa sama Tuhan. Dia lupa sama Allah. Dan itu Allah sebut di dalam Al-Quran, kalla innal insana la yatgha. Sekali-sekali tidak manusia itu akan berada di luar batas, akan melewati batas. Kapan itu terjadi? Ar-ra'ahu istaghna. Ketika dia merasa cukup, ketika dia merasa hebat, ketika dia merasa enak, nyaman dan seterusnya. Nah, pada posisi itu dia akan jauh dari Allah, akan melewati batas. Orang Aceh sendiri punya istilah untuk itu. Mungkin pernah dengar, tamu doa waktu sakit, tamu ratib waktu gempa. Itu mananya Pak? Kita berdoa cuma waktu sakit, kita zikir hanya waktu gempa. Nggak ada sakit, nggak berdoa. Nggak ada gempa, nggak berzikir. Nah itu sebabnya Allah munculkanlah cobaan-cobaan kecil, azab-azab kecil, supaya kita berdoa, supaya kita berzikir. Ah itu dia itu, ya. Itulah makna dari bunyi ayat tadi, walanudhiqannahum minal azabil adna dunal azabil akbar la'allahum yarji'un. Allah munculkan azab-azab kecil bagi kita supaya kita ingat sebelum azab besarnya datang, la'allahum yarji'un, supaya kita bertobat. Nah, setiap orang yang dapat musibah itu, kalau dia bertahan dengan innalillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un, berarti imannya nggak terganggu dengan apapun yang terjadi. Itu dia cara Islam memandang musibah.
Orang Aceh melihat bencana ini adalah sesuatu ujian. Sesuatu ujian. Sesuatu hanya dengan karena Allah. Sesuatu hanya kasih sayang Allah masih kepada Aceh. Jadi diberi ujian, diberi musibah untuk sanggup menerimanya.
Musim tsunami ini juga diciptakan dengan berbagai filosofi yang ada di dalamnya, di mana banyak menceritakan kisah-kisah yang memang pada saat itu menjadi kecemasan masyarakat, bagaimana pada saat tsunami itu masyarakat itu bimbang, ragu, juga bagaimana kedekatan manusia dengan Allah yang diciptakan melalui ada sumber doa di dalamnya, dan juga bagaimana memori-memori itu tersaji agar kita mengingat bagaimana dan apa yang harus dilakukan untuk juga menjaga alam.
Back on a vacation in 2010, I went to Medan, I went to Aceh, I saw it. Already in 2010, things chilled. So coming back made me happy, because I could see that life is back to normal. My friends, they back to normal life. They weren't spending their whole life crying. They would come back to leading normal life. It's good. And Banda Aceh looks much more advanced than it did before. People worked hard and had a vision.
TDMSC Universitas Syokala berdiri tahun 2006, tahun setelah tsunami Aceh tahun 2004. Gagasan berdirinya sangat terinspirasi oleh bencana tsunami yang terjadi 2 tahun sebelumnya, dan ini merupakan inisiatif dari berbagai pihak, terutama dari mitra-mitra internasional yang berpikiran bahwa setelah tsunami Aceh tahun 2004 harus ada momentum di mana kebangkitan ilmu dan pengetahuan terkait dengan kebencanaan harus tumbuh dan berkembang di Aceh dengan mengambil pembelajaran dari peristiwa tsunami. Sejak saat itu, TDMSC kemudian tumbuh dan berkembang menjadi salah satu pusat riset kebencanaan yang terkemuka di Indonesia.
Community-based disaster risk management programs empowered local residents with the knowledge and skills needed to prepare for and to respond to disasters, fostering a culture of preparedness and resilience.
Kebencanaan ini ada ditulis dalam catatan. Ditulis dalam catatan sangat lengkap. Waktunya, waktu zuhur, waktu asar, waktu maghrib, waktu isya, dan sampai subuh, ini sangat lengkap. Artinya kalau ditulis itu sangat lengkap, berarti Aceh ini rentan sekali terhadap gempa. Jadi ini diturunkan, ilmu pengetahuan ini diturunkan kepada generasi per generasi sesuai keterbatasan keilmuannya.
Kemudian perlu ada komunikasi antar generasi terkait dengan kebencanaan, baik itu dari generasi yang lebih tua yang langsung berhadapan dengan tsunami dengan generasi yang lahir setelahnya, sehingga pesan-pesan yang ingin disampaikan ya dalam rangka peningkatan kesiapsiagaan itu bisa lebih tepat ya, bisa lebih tepat sehingga menumbuh kembangkan kesiapsiagaan masyarakat, terutama generasi muda kita terhadap bahaya gempa bumi dan tsunami yang ada di sekitar kita.
Pasca tsunami 2004 kan banyak ya upaya kesiapsiagaan yang telah dilakukan, tapi rata-rata tidak sustain. Nah, karena apa? Program yang ini juga hasil evaluasi kami ya. Program yang dilaksanakan itu cenderung top down. Jadi dari pusat pemerintah membawa satu set kegiatan diselesaikan dalam beberapa hari, selesai udah tinggal. Seakan-akan ya udah masyarakat cuma terima aja laksanakan gitu ya. Jadi tidak ada pendekatan yang lebih bottom up ya, bagaimana mencari apakah sebenarnya ini dibutuhkan oleh masyarakat, apa masukan dari mereka seperti itu ya. Termasuk juga misalnya di level sekolah. Kenapa saya bilang bisa sampaikan seperti ini, karena kebetulan saya juga salah satu fasilitator nasional untuk Satuan Pendidikan Aman Bencana. Nah itu ketika saya fasilitasi, ini salah satu pesertanya tuh nyeletuk gitu ya. Oh kami tahu kok, ini cuma untuk menghabiskan anggaran. Nah karena memang tadi ya pendekatan yang dilakukan lebih ke top down, sehingga masyarakat gitu ya, peserta yang mengikuti program kita tuh mereka merasakan bahwa ini seperti dipaksakan, seperti kayak kita kurang melibatkan mereka dari mulai inisiasi perencanaan, pelaksanaan sampai ke evaluasi. Nah makanya saya merekomendasikan bahwa keterlibatan masyarakat, terutama dalam upaya-upaya meningkatkan kesiapsiagaan mereka, itu perlu keterlibatan dari masyarakat itu sejak awal. Ini untuk memastikan bahwa program yang dilaksanakan itu bisa tetap berkelanjutan. Karena mereka yang tetap ada di desa gitu ya. Kalau misalnya dari pemerintah, dari LSM, dari lembaga swasta, atau dari akademisi, ya suatu saat mereka tidak ada di desa itu. Mungkin kalau udah selesai di desa ini akan pindah ke desa yang lain. Tapi yang akan tetap ada di desa itu adalah masyarakat setempat. Sehingga perlu di awal sejak kita merencanakan upaya peningkatan kesiapsiagaan masyarakat, ya perlu dari masyarakat juga gitu. Jadi makanya kan ada kuota yang menyatakan there is nothing about us without us gitu ya. Jadi jangan ngomong tentang kami tanpa melibatkan kami gitu. Jadi kalau kita mau melakukan pemberdayaan masyarakat, maka libatkanlah masyarakat dari awal gitu.
Satu problem yang paling besar pada masyarakat itu adalah cepat melupakan apa yang telah terjadi.
Makanya seluruh peninggalan produk lama ini yang mengandung ilmu pengetahuan wajib dijaga di atas 50 tahun. Itu sudah menjadi undang-undang dari negara. Negara berkewajiban menjaga cagar budaya itu di atas 50 tahun. Jadi pelestarian peninggalan ini sangat bermanfaat untuk kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan.
Pengalaman tsunami 2004 mengajarkan kita bahwa pesan-pesan tsunami sebelumnya atau gempa bumi sebelumnya itu harus secara konsisten kita sampaikan pada generasi berikutnya. Nah, oleh karena itu untuk generasi yang hadir hari ini atau generasi yang akan lahir di masa yang akan datang, itu perlu kita jamin, kita perlu pastikan pesan-pesan kesiapsiagaan ini sampai kepada mereka.
Kalau di Universitas Syakuala sendiri memang pimpinan kita sangat berkomitmen ya, bagaimana mencetak lulusan-lulusan yang memiliki kapasitas pengetahuan, keterampilan, pengurangan resiko bencana. Karena harapannya nanti para lulusan ini yang tersebar tidak hanya di seluruh Aceh atau bahkan seluruh Indonesia, atau bahkan juga nanti ada yang berkiprah di negara-negara lain, itu juga bisa memberikan kontribusi dalam mewujudkan masyarakat yang lebih tangguh terhadap bencana gitu ya. Jadi ya ini justru mahasiswa yang sudah mendapatkan kapasitas pengetahuan dan keterampilan dalam pengurangan risiko bencana ini bisa melakukan aksi nyata di masyarakat.
Anytime there's a big threat, if you want to help, don't exclude the local government, the local people, the local important people, whatever. Don't exclude them, because otherwise you won't do something that can actually.
Jadi pesan kami untuk tsunami ini memang harus diingat ya, kemudian dipelajari ya, kemudian setelah dipelajari ditingkatkan juga ketangguhannya ya dalam menghadapi bencana, terutama yang meningkatkan ketangguhan individu itu bagaimana meningkatkan nilai-nilai keagamaan, keimanan diri sendiri ya, itu sangat penting sekali.
Marilah kita belajar dari sejarah, jangan lupakan sejarah. Sejarah kelam pernah terjadi di Aceh, oleh karena itu mari kita berbenah diri, kita menyiapkan mental dan juga kita menyiapkan pengetahuan agar ke depan kita menjadi masyarakat yang siap dan siaga bencana, yang tangguh, dan juga kita saling mengingat kepada Allah agar kita juga mengingat bencana itu ada makna di balik daripada musibah itu.
Sebenarnya sederhana. Kita ketika kita pertama turun ke bumi, maksud kita itu manusia. Ketika manusia pertama turun ke bumi, itu Allah titipkan sesuatu. Itu dalam bahasa Al-Qur'annya itu disebut dengan qul nahbitu minha jami'a. Ketika Adam disuruh turun oleh Allah ke bumi, qul nahbitu minha jami'a, turun kalian semua dari surgaku. Fa imma ya'tiyannakum minni huda. Nanti akan aku kirimkan petunjuk. Faman tabi'a hudaya, siapa yang segera mengikuti petunjuk itu, fala khaufun alaihim wala hum yahzanun, maka dia dijamin tidak akan pernah khawatir dan tidak akan pernah sedih dalam hidupnya. Sekarang mari kita bandingkan dengan fenomena hidup hari ini. Banyak sekali orang yang galau, banyak sekali orang yang khawatir, banyak sekali yang tidak bisa move on, banyak sekali sedih, banyak sekali yang kena mental, banyak sekali yang anak-anak muda hari ini, Masya Allah, ya, disuruh cuci piring aja broken home, ya kan? Dan seterusnya. Jadi kondisi itu sebenarnya hanya satu alasan saja. Mereka jauh dari Al-Quran.
stage. And Pak Heri, please, to the stage, Pak. And we still have another speaker, which is online, Ibu Dumaria Tambubolon. Hopefully, Ibu Dumaria is also standby online. And Ibu Dumaria will be presenting as a second speaker today. And then now I would like to read the CP of our speaker in this afternoon. First one is Professor Nigel Clark. Professor Nigel is originally from New Zealand. He is a professor of human geography at Lancaster University and Environment Center in UK. His research explored the relationship between human societies and environmental process, highlighting how natural force shape social life and resilience. Prof. Nigel also the author of In Human Nature, Sociable Life on Dynamic Planet in 2011, and also the co-author of Planetary Social Thought in 2021, and also focused on how social science aids understanding of human exposure to Earth dynamic process and how geoscience informs social scientific perspective on social life. And our second speaker will be Ibu Dumaria Rulina Tambubolon. Ibu Dumaria has been a teaching staff member at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science at the Bandung Institute of Technology, or ITB, since 1989. She holds a PhD in Actuarial Science from Maguire University, and also the MSc in Mathematics and specialized in Statistics from Monash University, and also Bachelor in Mathematics from ITB. Her research focus on general insurance, particularly in earthquake reinsurance, also estimating outstanding claim for long-tail insurance, and health and car insurance. Ibu Dumaria is also the chair of the Actuarial Science Division at the Indonesian Mathematical Society from 2018 to 2024. He is also an independent commissioner at PT Aksa Financial Indonesia since 2020, and has held various advisory roles in insurance and actuarial projects, including leadership in the READY project with the University of Waterloo. And then our third speaker today is Mr. Heri Indratno. Mr. Heri Indratno is a senior official at Indonesia Ministry of Finance, serving as Deputy Chair of the Secretariat of the Risk Management Committee and Head of the Risk and Liability Management Division at DG PPR. His expertise included public finance, risk management, organizational performance. He has managed the JICA-supported geothermal development project from 2020 to 2023, and also coordinated the Joint Committee for Geothermal Development Support, awarded as DG PPR Best Performance Manager in 2020, and also Best Risk Manager in 2021. Mr. Heri is also certified risk management professional, CRMP, and hold a Master Public Policy in Economics from the Australian National University. Okay, those three are the CP of the brief CP of our speaker today. And then we start with Mr. Prof. Nigel to give the presentation. The stage is yours. Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and it's a great honor to be here, and it's kind of humbling to be here and to be in this place. I'm not going to talk about anything financial or anything economic. I'm not even going to really talk proper social science. I'm a strange kind of social scientist in that I spend most of my time trying to convince my fellow social scientists to listen to earth scientists more. But the earth scientists don't always get what I'm talking about. I love the line that was in the film we just saw. The earth whispered a warning that day. And this really makes me think about the kind of work that most of you do, or the kind of work that you're training to do. Because in some ways, the earth is always whispering, it's always keeping its secrets, it's always going to take us by surprise, it's always going to do something we didn't expect, which means that most of you spend your whole lives trying to understand something which in the end will defy understanding. So in a way, what you're trying to do, you're trying to make people safe, you're trying to make people secure, but what you're doing is impossible, and yet you do it anyway. And that's what to me is so remarkable about it. Every single day of the year, you go about your work trying to achieve something that's so utterly, utterly important and necessary, helping keep lives safe, but knowing in the end that sooner or later that you're going to fail. And that, to me, is what's so remarkable about the work that you're all doing. I thought my job was stressful, but then I hear about people who are monitoring tsunamis, people who are trying to predict tsunamis, and that, for me, is about as stressful as it could possibly get. So one of the things that fascinates me is that the idea of the earth being volatile and dynamic. The fact that the planet is always shifting, always changing, always doing new things. And especially at the moment when we may be transforming the entire Earth system. So you're not only trying to understand a planet that keeps its secrets and takes us by surprise, you're trying to understand a planet that is actually shifting. Its entire operating state is shifting to something else. And that again is why I see your job as so important, but also impossible. So something interesting happened just after the 2004 tsunami. And I want to talk a little bit about how that completely changed my life and completely changed the way I saw and did social science. And what you heard straight after the tsunami was that the geoscientists, the kind of work that you're doing, tended to take the tsunami as a shock, to say that you know, in some respects what we were doing fell short, in some respects we failed. Whereas the social scientists, I'm not talking about the disaster management experts, but just kind of ordinary social scientists, tended to think that they could explain the tsunami by saying that you know, these people were exposed, they were endangered because they were less well off than other people. The idea that there's no such thing as a natural disaster. And that idea is really, really important. I think it's taken us in all sorts of really important directions. And one of the things it's done is that it's brought the whole question of social justice and epistemic justice, justice to listen to other people. It's brought that and made it center stage when it comes to you know, understanding natural hazards, natural disasters. But I think there is a risk with that as well, because sometimes it kind of gives the sense that if we understand the social world in advance, we understand inequality, we understand how the globe is structured, then we can predict what's going to happen when there is a natural disaster. And in some respects, that can be risky in the sense that it takes away the element of surprise. It takes away the element of what we might think of as a kind of excess. So this is very, very different from thinking economically. I want to talk a little bit about excess, the excess of the earth that does things that takes us by surprise, but also excess in the social world. So one of the things that really struck me in the days, the weeks after the tsunami was hearing stories about people reaching out to help other people. So there was one story from Tamil Nadu about a community, a Hindu community and a Muslim community. And the Muslim community was relatively untouched. The Hindu community suffered much more harm. So the Muslim community came, they were preparing for a wedding, and they bought all their wedding food to give to their neighbors. There was another story I heard from the same area where people were talking about food, and somebody said, People brought us all kinds of cooked food, and it was in excess. And I know it was much harder to care for each other in Aceh because of the sheer damage of the tsunami. But I loved all those stories about a kind of help, assistance, a generosity, a hospitality that was some ways in excess. So really what I want to talk about is the movement between those two kinds of excess, the excess of the earth, but also the excess of generosity, the excess of care and hospitality. So really what most of you do, or all of you do, is a kind of caring for others. And this for me, if we look into the history of kind of Western and now globalized science, a lot of that science is really kind of started off around trying to aim cannonballs, around trying to aim projectiles. A lot of it was around trying to kill at a distance. How do we get a cannonball to hit a target? And so much of Western science is like that. So all this talk of aims and targets and impacts, all that comes from really a background of trying to aim cannonballs and kill at a distance. And a lot of you have inherited some of those methods, some of that logic, but what you're trying to do is care at a distance, which is a very, very, very different thing. You're attempting to do something which was I would think about as trying to care at a distance, but also sometimes trying to care from very, very close up. You also have projects, you also try and hit targets, you also try and have impacts. So this kind of care, for me, is also a kind of excess. You're putting yourself at the service of other people. You're reaching out often to strangers to try and help people to make their lives safer, people that you will probably never meet. In other sense, that kind of caring, and this goes for any sort of response to a disaster, that kind of caring is always risky. It has its own hazards. When you reach out to help strangers, when you reach out to help others in need, you can never completely predict how that help is going to be received. There is always something risky about opening yourself to others. So partly it's about making ourselves vulnerable when we put ourselves at the service of others. And in some respects, I think that's not necessarily the way we tend to think about the science of disaster risk reduction. So that is also a kind of hospitality, a kind of generosity. So I'm really interested in that, the way that the work you do is positioned between and brings together these two different kinds of excess. The excess of the earth that we will never fully tame and we will never fully understand, and the excess of reaching out to help others. And there's so much you can do, and I know Dr. Okhtari talked about that in the film, starting from the bottom up, listening to, deliberating with those people that you're helping. But even when you listen, even when you deliberate, there is still an aspect of risk, of uncertainty. And one of the things about an event that is as massive and transformative, that is an upheaval such as the 2004 tsunami, is that things will always happen that are unpredictable. Things will always happen that even if you knew those communities well, will take us by surprise. So by definition, a disaster, the loss of your star, the loss of your bearings, the loss of your capacity to make sense of the world. And something else we so often find is that those who are suffering from a disaster are so often the ones who reach out the most. Those who have the least are so often the ones who do the most to help others. And that also is part of this generosity that I think is so important. That's also part of what it is that an event like the tsunami will generate. So just to wind up, for for me, this excess, whether we're talking about the excess of the earth or the excess of opening up to other people, listening to other people, trying to help other people, those are not kind of shortfalls. That's actually what makes the world go around. That's really part of what it is to be human, because the planet we live on has always been volatile. It's always taken us by surprise. It's not simply that sometimes communities get impacted by a planet that takes us by surprise. It's that this is part of how communities form. Communities take shape around the uncertainty of the earth. And communities also form by the opening of ourselves to others. So that process of opening ourselves to others, particularly in response to an earth that makes us strange, that turns us into strangers, that estranges us from ourselves, that's just such an important, a crucial, central part of being human. And that for me was the huge lesson that I learned from the tsunami in 2004. Watching people's response, and it really kind of changed the way I thought about kind of social life. So just to return to the question that I kind of posed in this short talk, what can we learn from people who live on the margins, on tectonic plate junctures? And for me, it really is about these two kinds of excess, bringing them together. And when you think about the future that is to come, a future in which the earth will continue to have upheavals, the earth will continue to take us by surprise, but also a future of climate change that we have no idea really what's coming. Those experiences, living with that kind of excess, the things we can learn from both from all of you and from the people who have lived through an event from the tsunami, are absolutely vital for what we're going to have to try and live through in the decades to come. So really it's thinking about those two kinds of excess together, and that we gather as communities, we come together over those threats and risks. So again, I think in the introduction to the film, Rosanna talked about the tsunami as a catalyst for change, and I couldn't agree with that more. Some of those changes are obviously frightening and horrific, but they're also the changes that have made us what we are. Those are the changes that make us human and will keep transforming us into the future. So that, for me, is why this has been so valuable and why I learned so much from all of you and from the tsunami itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nigel Clark. We move to the second speaker, which is Ibu Duma Tamubolon. Ibu Duma will be presenting this presentation by using the online. Hopefully, we can connect to her right now.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, hi, everyone. Hi, my colleagues from AIWEST-DR. Thank you for inviting me to present this particular topic. I wish I were there, but unfortunately that I could not come because of a number of activities and responsibilities over here at ITB, Institut Teknologi Bandung. But hopefully what I'm going to share in the next, how much time do I have, Pa? Is it 15 minutes or 10 minutes sharing?
12 minutes.
12 minutes,
Yes.
okay. I will try to share this as quick as possible. Change of pace. Before we heard from Professor Nigel Clark about social science, but now we change atmosphere to actual science. So hopefully I could explain this to a diverse groups of people. I will try to explain it as clearly as possible. Okay. Okay, the topic that I'm going to share, this is from the financial side of how we're going to try to not mitigate, maybe part of mitigating the risk of financial loss due to, in these instances, is an earthquake event. So the topic is how to utilize an earthquake catastrophe model to determine an optimal retention of an earthquake stop-loss reinsurance. This is a collaboration between me and my previous master student. Randi now is doing his PhD in Khalifah University in Abu Dhabi, and Vincent just graduated in October. So this is a collaboration from us three, but it is part of the research that we are doing, a 3-year research, and now it's on the 3rd year, on the final year, collaborating with the Ministry of Finance, and also from LPDP, which support the financing. Okay, Indonesia is located at the meeting point of 4 major tectonic plates. We know this, especially our colleagues who are from this particular field. The 4 major tectonic plates are Indo-Australian, Eurasian, Pacific, and Philippine sea plates, which result in Indonesia experiencing many earthquakes. Now, according to the Fiscal Policy Agency of the Indonesia Ministry of Finance, in addition to the fatalities and large physical losses, earthquakes cause the largest economic losses in Indonesia, with an average loss of, this is an average of 7.56 trillion rupiah per year. Now, the problem is how to finance these earthquakes disaster risks. How much should be the state's budget? How much should be the province's budget? And how much should be the district's budgets? And also, if the financing will involve insurance and also reinsurance schemes, how much premium should be paid by the government for these particular schemes? Now, I'm going to explain quickly here about what is an optimal retention of a stop-loss reinsurance. So basically, a stop-loss reinsurance is actually a non-proportional reinsurance scheme, what is called in actual science. So I'm not going to bother you too much with this actual science notation or statistics notation, but I would like to draw our attention to a few particular terms here. Let's say if an earthquake occurs or any natural disaster events occurring, so there is an amount which is called a loss random variable here, which is actually, let's say, the financial loss in total, which need to be covered or needs to be paid. So the XI here is actually denotes what we call part of the loss. The loss is the X variable. This is part of the loss which is going to be paid by an insurance company, whereas XR is actually part of this loss which will be paid by a reinsurance company. Now, this particular notation D here is actually the own retention. So what the term here meant. Own retention meaning that if the loss caused by any events is less than the retention, then it will be paid whole loss by the insurance company. But if the loss is greater than the retention, then the insurance company will only pay the amount of the own retention, and the reinsurance company will pay the excess. So the problem is how to determine the optimal value of the own retention, because if it's too large, then the risk is covered by the insurance company, whereas if it's too low, then the insurance company need to pay a quite large of reinsurance premium, which is denoted by this notation here. So there's another variable here, which is called T, which is a total loss random variable. Now, this is the amount actually will be covered by the insurance company. So the total loss random variable consists of the part of the loss which is paid by the insurance company plus the reinsurance premium which need to be paid by the insurance company to the reinsurance company. Now, this amount here, which is actually the reinsurance premium is calculated using this formula. However, this is not the only formula to calculate the reinsurance premium. So the amount of rho here, it's called the safety loading. So this one here is actually the mean value of the amount which is need to be paid by the reinsurance company. So the problem is, again, how to determine the optimal retention so that the premium paid by the insurance company to the reinsurance company will be optimal, not too low and not too high. I'm going to skip these things. This is actually to show what a value at risk means. And we are going to determine the optimal retention based on minimizing a value called value at risk. Now, this is the formula, and it's obtained from this paper here. For you who are interested, you could find this paper from the internet. Now, how to determine an optimal own retention by an insurance company. Now, this is the formula, which is minimizing the value at risk given a certain quantile of the total loss random variable. So, which value that minimize this, which value of deductible, now that value is going to be taken as the optimal retention. Now, these are the procedures on how to determine the optimal retentions. I'm not going to go through this very detailed. However, I'd like to draw our attention to what is called here an average annual loss. So this is why I give the talk titled Utilizing an Earthquake Catastrophe Model, because in an earthquake catastrophe model, there are 4 modules, the hazard module, the inventory module, and then the vulnerability module, and as well, and the last one is the loss module. Now, in the loss module, the output is actually an average annual loss. So, given an average annual loss obtained from the event loss table produced by an earthquake catastrophe model, now the actuaries or the those who are calculating the financial amount, or those who are going to determine the optimal retention for a particular reinsurance scheme called the stop loss, then we will just use those results given by our research colleagues from the hazard team. Now, we are going to assume several probability distributions underlying the ground-up loss random variable, which is denoted by the X random variable before. So we are going to assume several probability distributions, and in this example that we are going to show you, we are going to use 4 distributions: gamma, inverse Gaussian, log normal, as well as Pareto. However, in the next example that we are going to show you, we are going to show you these results here for only 3 distributions. In this particular loading factor, and then there are 4 distributions here in this value of coefficient of variation, and this coefficient of variation here only will give us value for 3 distributions, because of the requirement for a Pareto distributions are not met when the coefficient of variation is half or even 1. So I'd like just to explain to you about this graph, because I only have another probably 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to explain this. Let's say this is just an example. We use the case study from Jakarta, and we are given the average annual loss based on several assumptions from the CAT model. So these values here, these are the optimal retention depending on how much the loading factor, which is the loading factor rho here, for the premium that is going to be paid to the reinsurance company. So if we look at, let's say, this coefficient of variation is actually a measure of the spreadness of the total loss distribution. So we could see that if we use these three distributions, now the optimal retentions here between the log normal and the inverse Gaussian is almost similar, and with the gamma distribution is slightly higher after a certain loading factor. However, if we use a coefficient variation of 1, then the optimal retention reduced significantly. And then when we have the coefficient of variations 1.5 or 2, then the optimal retention is reduced even further. However, if let's say we want to choose for the coefficient variation of 1.5, and then let's say a loading factor of 0.5, then let's say if we going up, depending on which distribution, we have the lowest optimal retentions given by the gamma distribution, and then the second one is given by the inverse Gaussian. The third lowest is gamma, and the highest is log normal. Now, which one are we going to choose as our optimal retention is basically dependent upon the reinsurance or insurance schemes that we are going to use, and the premiums is determined according to the risk appetite of, let's say, the Indonesian government. I think I'll just stop there. It's just a quick presentation just to give an idea of how to determine an optimal retention in the case of a stop-loss reinsurance. These are the references, and you might want to look, if you are interested in using this methodology, these are the references. Thank you. I guess that's all from me. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Bu Duma, that already explaining about the optimum retention, how much to be retained and how much to be transferred, because if there is, cannot be too high and then also cannot be too low. We need to find the very optimum point that can be give the optimum result for the protecting our asset from the risk. Okay, thank you very much, Bu Duma. And then our moves to the third speaker, the gentleman beside me, Mr. Harry Indratmo. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Hope everything is good with you. Always challenging Pak Chan to be last speaker. Yeah, I know this is not the best time for the presentation. It is very critical time because I know you have been all day in this place, and it must be very exhausting to keep your focus. If Bu Duma and Pak Clark refer about something that so serious for me, therefore I just want to share with you about something that not too serious nor technical. Again, to begin with, as Pak Chan already introduced me, I am Harry from Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia. Let me explain a little bit more about the role of Minister of Finance as teaching why we are here, Pak. Because I know all of you here are expert in natural disaster, and suddenly I came as an outlier here, so I have to little bit explain about why I'm here. Please, the next slide. Oh, not this one. It's useless. Next, please. Okay, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia actually has several mandates in this republic. First, as COO, which is Chief Financial Officer. It is authority person who can utilizing budget and asset within its ministry. It can be every ministry, not only Minister of Finance, as a CEO. And second one, we call it CFO, which is Chief Financial Officer. And this mandate is very special because it is only given by the President of the Republic of Indonesia to Minister of Finance, not to other minister. Under this mandate, among the portfolio of the Ministry of Finance is managing state budget or APBN. In APBN itself, we know that the role of APBN, at least three, the main roles. First is about allocation. It is something that we allocate proper budget for prioritized sector. It can be health, it can be education, it can be food, it can be energy, and so on and so on. And next, sorry, not next slide, next role of the Ministry of Finance, sorry. Next role of APBN is distribution. It is about how the state budget aiming, promoting equity based on every citizenship. It can be in form of tax, subsidy, local transfer or regional transfer, social safety net, and so on and so on. And the last one is this stabilization, where the state budget is aiming to make the country and the financial sector stable. For example, during the last crisis due to pandemic, we set the policy that relaxing the tax collection, but on the other hand, we put bigger portion on subsidy and social safety net. To ensure that those mandates will be delivered properly, then Ministry of Finance conducted a risk management fiscal or state financial risk management. For this purpose, specifically, it is mandated to our unit, which is Directorate of State Financial Risk Management. So on the right hand of the slide, you can see from the top, the President as the holder of executive power give the mandates to the Ministry of Finance, and then Ministry of Finance among the portfolio are managing APBN or state budget, and to ensure that the state budget run properly and well managed, it is conducted state financial risk management. Next, please. Well, our directorate, which is Directorate of State Financial Risk Management, was established in 2007, quite a long time ago. The main task is to formulate and implement policy, norm, standard, procedure, and so on, anything about risk management of our national fiscal. Currently, the Directorate enhancing the fiscal risk framework by enacting Ministry of Finance regulation on state financial risk management. Next, please. Well, in accordance to our framework, the state financial risk, also known as fiscal risk, are factors and or events that affect the fiscal projection, state budget, posture, and or state asset and liability in the short, medium, and long term. The scope from the elements, it can be come from state revenue, asset and liability, contingent liability, and other elements based on the direction of the minister. And the source of the risk itself, it can be internal sources or indigenous, which is come from internal organization or governance program, and come from external or exogenous sources. It can be come from natural disaster. Next, please. In a more systematic way, in according to our framework, our fiscal risk management taxonomy consists of 4 main clusters. First, macroeconomy risk, which is about the element of macroeconomics that we already familiar, such as inflation, maybe current foreign exchange, geopolitical, and so on and so on. And then secondly, the second cluster is government's program and policies. We know that every single program and policy taken by the government, both from central and local, it has consequences that might hinder or might impact to fiscal consideration. And third one is public sector consolidated balance sheet. It is all sovereign or all entities public sector Indonesia become in one entities, and we can exercise the balance sheet for consolidated level in national wide. And then last one, the cluster is contingent liability. The contingent liability itself consists of 2 kinds. It is explicit and implicit. And under the explicit, which is natural disaster. Why natural disaster put in this contingent liability cluster? Because we know that this natural disaster once occur, we cannot avoid, we cannot run, and also we have to allocate our national budget to bear the consequence or the outcome or the impact of the natural disaster. So we never expect this happen, but once it happen, we have to put some portion of our national fiscal allocation to this issue. Next, please. So why we put natural disaster especially in this our risk management framework? And at least there are 3 main reasons. First, you know better than me here, Indonesia is prone to disaster. Indonesia is supermarket to natural disaster. Just name it, most of natural disaster are available in Indonesia. And then secondly, this natural disaster also cost quite a lot, yeah. According to Prof. Irwan, yeah, economic loss surpassing more than $200 million USD annually due to this natural disaster. And therefore, in order to set up the robust policy and strategy in natural disaster risk financing, we need a good model that supported by good analytical data. Next, please. Recently, Indonesia has shifting the paradigm in managing risk finance. It used to be used reactive or ex post, but now we are starting to use approach of mitigation or ex ante financing. As we know that in common practice, yeah, the natural disaster financing come from several instruments. Budget allocation or budget reallocation, standby loan, pooling fund, contingent fund, usually used for risk retention, especially for the risk that categories as low severity but high in frequency. In other hand, sorry, please, still in this slide, please. In other hand, the risk transfer, which may come from instrument of insurance and then catastrophic bond, usually used for risk transfer for risk that high in severity but quite low in frequency. Please next. This is the detailed illustration about this transformation in managing our financing for natural disaster. Yeah. Condition before we set up disaster DR strategy. Usually we only use one instrument, which is state and regional budget heavily. Of course, it is less flexible because we know that state or regional budget already set up previous or T-1. So we never expect that natural disaster will occur in the running year. So once it's happen, the natural disaster, of course, it is less flexible to reallocate the budget. So of course, it is also hinder the effectiveness of the mitigation or the correction of the natural disaster impact. And then retention based only, no risk transfer at the time, and of course it is approach of reactive funding. After the RFI strategy set up, in the future we want to make several instruments used for funding this natural disaster risk financing. Not entirely, of course, to state budget only or regional budget. Now we also in the middle of set up new policy in pooling fund bencana or disaster pooling fund. Actually, currently we are in the middle of finalizing this new regulation, which is Minister of Finance regulation on this pooling fund disaster. Hopefully not far from now, it can be enacted by the minister. So by using this new approach, the funding is more proactive, less flexible, more flexible. Next, please. Well, as I mentioned previously, Indonesia is developing a disaster pooling fund and implementing state asset insurance as part of its disaster risk finance strategy. And for doing this research related to this new policy, we are conducting collaboration with Universitas Kuala as well as Institut Teknologi of Bandung. This model expected helps to measurement of government contingent liability as residual risk. Next, please. Yes, it is. We cite from the World Bank some concern that we have to be put on the table when we set up this policy, and we will put more focus on the fourth one, which is data analytics to make sound financial decision. Of course, the government needs the right information or accurate data. Please next. Why we develop model of catastrophe risk? Of course, we need adequate budget planning for our fiscal. And secondly, as Bu Duma already presented to us, we need appropriate level of financial protection for disaster fund insurance, for example. And secondly, we have to have adequate pricing cost of risk financing solution for each kind of natural disaster and its impact. And then we have to have good information about the exposure of natural hazard within this appetite. And of course, we will put everything to set up robust or regulation based on evidence base. Next, please.
Pak Heri, 2 more minutes.
Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay, okay, I can skip. I'm more than happy to do that, Pak. Don't worry. Next, please. Okay, what we are already doing together with University of Kuala and Universitas Teknologi of Bandung, we use, we doing some risk modeling, financing instrument metric, risk dashboard, and risk publication of dissemination. Not all of these things already done, still underway, but I think this is already good on track, and in the long term, we are planning to continue our collaboration. Next, please. Yeah, I think this is already mentioned. And last one, about the conclusion. Oh, this is the scope, the research already conducted. 9 natural disaster from earthquake to forest fire, and then the asset holder come from household, central government, and local government, and several characteristics of data we want to use, historical data, event loss, ELT, PML, and stress test. Next, please. This is the conclusion. Yeah, for us in Ministry of Finance as regulator, scientific evidence and risk modeling are essential to make sound financial decision, of course. And by doing this research together with academics, especially Universitas Sekolah and Universitas Teknologi of Bandung, we are very happy because it is helped us to set proper and robust new regulation on this area. Of course, from government, it is has benefit. At least we know much more better how much the cost that government must bear due to the natural disaster. And most important thing, I think, I do believe, this model provide better, appropriate mitigation instrument for communities that affected by natural disaster. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you, Pak Chan. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Eri. Eri already explained to us how the government of Indonesia allocate the budget and then also the strategy to protect the asset from the risk because of the natural disaster. Okay, we have 2 questions. I was being asked by the committee to only allow 2 questions because we already quite late. Yes, the lady in glass and also the black shirt.
Hello, my name is Debbie. I'm from this Resilience Development Initiative, a global think tank from Bandung. So this is for Prof. Nigel. It was a nice talk and perspective, particularly the way you put it, that a community is formed and shaped by being vulnerable, and that central part of being a human, and someone who reached to stranger take a risk and help the stranger. So I want to share that recently we also have conducted a study in Isumba. We found that the local community there used to help each other by exchanging food, crops, or other basic needs. But I think also it's a good practice when the one in need reach out to get help. They also taking a high risk. So, however, we also found out that that practice is already faded in modern life like today. So my question is, why do you think that happens? Are people nowadays are afraid to take risks by reaching out to get help or reaching out to strangers to offer help? Maybe that's all from me. Thank you.
Could you just clarify a little bit? I found that quite hard to hear, which...
So my question is, you mentioned earlier that someone who offer help taking risks by reaching out to stranger.
Yeah.
And then we also find out that in our previous study that someone who need help also taking risks in reaching out to get help. But this practice is faded in modern era like today, where people are more individuals and then reluctant to reach out. So why does that happen in modern day? Because it used to normal or common in the past. Probably that's.
Can anyone just, because I'm not quite getting the question, can anyone in front just pass on what the question was? Are you, yeah. Explain.
But nowadays it faded away, like it's really rare for that to happen nowadays. So why do you think that happened? Is there people nowadays, like in the modern days like now, are afraid to like taking risk, helping or offering help?
Okay. So just to make clear, you may have got it. I missed it before. The question is also about that it's also a risk to ask for care, but also that over time it's becoming less likely that people take that kind of risk to offer care, but also that people are less likely to take the risk to ask for and receive care. Was that, yeah. For me, I think one of the things that happens in a situation which we could call a disaster is that a lot of the rules, the kind of social regulations that we're used to, they tend to kind of break down, and people almost have to reinvent social life again. And I think that is the kind of time when people do take those risks, because in some cases there's no option. There aren't other things they can do apart from taking those risks. The difficult thing is after the disaster, as time goes on and things start to kind of go back to normal, then I think that there is that real kind of reluctance. I think that part of what you're getting at is that both when you offer care and help and assistance and when you receive it, it is a kind of exposure. It is a kind of vulnerability. And I think that exposure is always difficult. And it's hard to kind of hold on to. So there is this kind of tendency to go back to normal at some point. It's very hard to hold on to that kind of openness. So I think that also relates to what the other speakers were saying. I think the excess that I was talking about also summons and demands the kind of economic responses that my colleagues here were talking about. They're not opposites. It's that one really invites and asks for and needs the other. So wherever there is excess, you also sooner or later need to return to some kind of economy which is more ordered and more predictable and more what we're used to. I think I kind of got there in the end. Thanks for your question.
Thank you, Prof. Nigel. And then the second one, the ladies in black shirt.
I think, I'm sorry, but this question is quite similar to the one my colleague from RDI asked. My name is Chelsea, and I want to ask to Professor Clark. So taking the example from the people, the community in East Sumba from our previous study, so the people there in the community, they tend to help each other in times of disasters, like giving shares of crops, sharing livestock, capital. But this also depends on the community itself and how as seeing the one in Sumba is very closely related. And how can the local community cohesiveness from Isumba be applicable in other communities, seeing that how you see the earth as volatile, but humans are also very volatile in itself? Thank you.
Thanks. I guess one way I would think about it is that we often tend to start with communities that already exist. And that kind of makes sense. But if we look back, one of the reasons that communities come together, how communities are formed, how sometimes they come apart, sometimes they come back together again, it's trying to bring the earth into that very idea of what is a community. So I kind of get your point that the kinds of communities we have already are a kind of a starting point when a disaster happens. But if you look at any community, one of the reasons that communities come together in the first place is to respond to this earth that we can't always trust, this earth that takes us by surprise. So I guess what I'm trying to do with my thinking about community is just to say that whenever we think about a community, somewhere in the background is the earth whispering away or rumbling away or taking us by surprise. So it's not just something that happens to a community, it's something that is part of the very existence, the very kind of foundation of a community. But I get your point that it really matters what kinds of community you have when something else kind of strikes us or when we're taken by surprise by something. It's just a slightly different way of thinking about community, that communities aren't always already there before the earth takes us by surprise. In the beginning was an earth that's uncertain and dynamic, and that's always been there for longer than there's been humans, for longer than there's been communities. So if you dig into any community, dig deep enough and you will find the earth. Dig deep enough and you will find the different ways that the earth can take us by surprise. So it's just a slightly different way of thinking about what a community is. If that makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we already heard about this topic. Thank you for the speaker for sharing the expertise, and to everyone for your thoughtful question and attention. Let's continue exploring how innovative financing, economic resilience, and also the geoscience strategies can strengthen the communities worldwide. Thank you for all for contributing to this essential discussion, and big applause to our speaker and also the audience. Okay, before we leave, there is some announcement from the committee that tomorrow will be the parallel session. The location is in the TDMRC building, not in this building anymore. We move to the TDMRC building, which is 2 blocks away from this location, which is not quite far away. And also there are special session and also the exhibition. And then the link Zoom and book of abstract, the update one is already on the web. You might check it there. And there will be the best presenter announcement for closing ceremony tomorrow. And also the farewell dinner for the one who already registered. And also the last announcement, there are a bus to bring you back to the Hermes Hotel and Kriat Hotel outside. Thank you very much, and then by the end of this announcement, and then we conclude the session today, and hopefully you will get a good rest tonight, and then we'll be fresh again tomorrow morning to start the parallel session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Hello everyone. So could we have a photo session probably together to the stage? We forgot.